Every weekend, I look forward to getting out there. It's a freedom like no other. It's part of who I am. If you ride, you know what I mean. That's why I insure with Shannons. They get it. They share our passion and give us the features riders want, like limited use cover and multi-vehicle discounts. Shannons insure all types of road bikes, not just classics. Whatever you ride, ride with Shannons.
Call 134646 for a quote.
Rare Spares has over 50,000 product lines and releases over 500 new products every year. Your local Rare Spares distributor has what you need when you need it. And as the only restoration company officially backed by Holden and Ford, we take our part in your project very seriously. Rare Spares, more than just a part in your project.
Nice move. Blake Delaney had to move out of the way.
Good evening, sim racing fans, and welcome to your Tuesday night broadcast here on SRW TV. Tonight is the championship round of your simrigs.com V8 Supercars M Series. Tonight we are coming to you from Jerez all the way over in Spain. Tonight we'll also bring a top 10 shootout as well as an 80-minute enduro race. I am Nathan ShiBBy Howard, and joining me in the comms box is Thomas Preach Riley. Good evening, mate.
Tuesday, we'll call it that, I suppose. It's the final round of Season 3 for our Supercars, for our AM drivers here, thanks to simrigs.com. Taking in Jerez, the GP layout tonight. Our second trip to Spain, capping off a fantastic series. Circuit that opened in 1985, hosted the first Spanish Grand Prix in 1986 in F1, and has been primarily used as a MotoGP circuit ever since for the top class on your motorbikes. Lap times are expecting tonight probably around the 144s, maybe a bit quicker in qualifying. Pales insignificant compared to, for example, a Formula 2 car that took in the track in 2017. Behind the wheels of Nick De Vries, a 129.2. So kind of looking around that mid 40 second, 1 minute 40 second lap time. 15 corners around this layout, and we'll try and give you as many of the actual names as we can throughout the race. Two very exciting corners in the last corner and at the end of the back straight there as well. That'll be 6 and 15.
I suppose, speaking of names, mate, we should have a look at our standings as of round 8. All drop rounds have been calculated, and this is where your drivers stand for the championship round here tonight. We just take a quick scan over the top 5 drivers right now. 180 points on offer for the win tonight. So some really, really close racing. I'm definitely looking forwards to it.
Yeah, definitely am. 180 points, and there's only a 7-point gap between Crosby and Nickel up the top of that championship ladder there. There are 6 points between each position. So Crosby needs to finish at least 2 positions in front of Tim Nickel, or finish 1 spot with the fastest lap to claim the championship tonight. There's a big battle going on all the way from 3rd down to 5th as well. That's only 49 points between Jace Douglas and Rick Vigor. Troy Sipple sandwiched in between there. And still plenty to play out throughout the back end of the top 10 with that 180 points on offer. I'd definitely be expecting a tight battle. ShiBBy and I were doing the maths before we went to air, and there is a way that we could end up with a tie. 7 points between Tim and Darren, 5 points on offer for fastest lap. There is also 3 points for the first across the line with a 0x. But if you think about it this way, if Darren finishes 2 spots ahead of Tim, but Tim has the fastest lap, it's a tie. That's all you need to know. It probably won't happen, but there is a very real chance that could very well happen. Tim's sitting at the top of our timing screen at the moment on a 1 minute 44.467. So it will be very interesting to see how they both battle it out. Expect them to be fighting potentially off the front row, given their form at the moment. I've got to say that M1 Racing team have come in all guns blazing this season and are really taking it to Tim. Drop rounds have played their part in these results as well. So there's no drop round tonight. So it's all on the table for all these drivers.
It sure is, mate. Some absolute astounding performances throughout all our AMS drivers this season. We've seen some drivers grow in skill in leaps and bounds, and we cannot wait to come back and do this all again for Season 4 I just want to say huge shout out to all the drivers that have already registered. We have 44 cars registered for our AM Season 4 street course. So get ready. After this championship round, we will be going to a short 4-week break with a couple of fun events in there. So keep an eye on our socials and our Discord, of course, for everything that we're going to be doing in the off season. But we can't wait to see you all out here on track. And speaking of track, let's jump onto the track now and get ready for our final racecraft qualifying session and top 10 shootout for your simrigs.com V8 Supercars AM series. Shout out to Harry Dodds for joining in. Shout out to Greg Leake and F1 Gamer Dad said, "Hey lads, so excited to join Series 4. Mate, we'd be glad to have you on board." All right, there you go. You can see we've got 1 minute left of practice. Tim Nicol has done the quickest time in the practice session. 1:44.467. Darren Crosby just behind him, 44.548. Troy Dooley, 0.767. McKee, 816. Kennedy, 837. Absolutely nothing in it in these times. And Joe Marnie has just managed to slide himself up just out of the 44s as well. So I think once this racecraft qualifying session kicks off, we're going to see some cracking laps as well. Evening, Ray. Jay has a backup smaller console for tonight while our usual unit is being rebuilt. Looking forward to usual. Great to see that he's able to race, mate, after the issues you guys had on Sunday. It's never good to see a malfunction in equipment or real-life racing cars. So great that Jace is able to get out here and have a race. We are now heading into our final racecraft qualifying session for Season 3 of 2023. Darren Crosby will be the first one to head off out of the pits. Great field of AM drivers, some fantastic teams. They all deserve to get themselves on the podium tonight, but only one driver will be crowned the champion and go home with the Piston Cup. Thanks so much to Grim Industries, home of the V8 coffee table.
He did what in his cup?
Exactly. No one picked that up when I posted it in Discord today either. I was like, oh, come on, man. It's such a great quote from Cars. And there we see Jace Douglas, one of the last drivers to be heading out onto the track for qualifying session, followed by Travis Nielsen. This qualifying session will now get underway. 25 minutes here tonight at Jerez. It is not Jerez. I'm so glad I have a great teammate that told me how to pronounce it, because I would have been calling it Jerez all night.
ShiBBy, I'm glad I can help you out sometimes.
Yeah, it's amazing because my wife's been trying for 9 years. I hope we're all buckled up, got a beer or two, coffee, a tea, some cold drinks, maybe some snacks. Because this is the championship round. And all of us here at SRW TV are so pleased with how this season has run and seeing all the support from all the drivers flowing back in. I'm already pumped for the next season, and we've still got to get through this week of championship racing.
All right, if ShiBBy can be so kind, we'll take you on a lap here with Lorne McKee. Coming up to turn 1, it's a third gear corner. Getting the car down all the way into third gear, being very gentle on the throttle out of it. It's a little bit tighter than 90 degrees. Second gear now. Track will be a little slippy. Just got to be careful in your throttle application here. Short shift third. Gentle on the throttle into fourth. Just hanging in fifth through this long turn 3. So this is now turn 6, I think. Cedo Ponds. So run downhill here. Pull 6th gear, get to the top of 6th gear. Car's going to be out of breath as they jam on the brakes into Danny Pedrosa corner, turn 7. So now through turn 7. I'm getting all my corner numbers mixed up. Turn 7.
We went over this.
Into turn 8. Quite a long radius left-hander. Jamming on the brakes down to Angel Nieto. Turn 9. If I'm pronouncing that wrong and someone in here can speak Spanish, let me know.
He's on 2 purple sectors, which does sort of make sense. He's the first out on the track.
Through the centre chicane now. Quick change of direction, short shift third to get the exit. Through Ferrari. And up to this final corner. Jorge Lorenzo, corner.
Crosby and Mahoney have both snagged themselves a purple sector as well.
We'll get a benchmark here from Lorne. Comes across the line, a 44.8. Troy Sipple slots in behind on a 44.27. Crosby with a 44.4. So the benchmark has been set. Mahoney with a 44.2. Mahoney. Oh, yeah. Been a season of that. Stephen Kennedy drops in with a 44.7 as well. Tim Nicol 44.5. So our 2 championship protagonists sitting 1 and 2 at the moment.
Well, they're going to treat. Some of these drivers are treating it like a top 10. Go out, warm your tyres up, and then fire it. So very, very low fuel in this qualifying session for a couple of these drivers. Must have had a fair bit of practice throughout the week, and I suppose coming into the championship round, that's what you want to be doing. Solid time starting to flow in.
Yep, low fuel. Watch the drivers keep the speeds low as they're on their outlap. Stephen Kennedy, 55 machine. Chase Douglas coming across the line here. 2 greens.
3rd green, 16th.
46.8. So expecting him to be a little bit faster than that. Stephen Kennedy's got a purple through the 3rd sector.
Oh, you can
A bit
hear
of
it
oversteer.
scrubbing
Yep,
off.
change of direction.
Hear those
Park
wheels.
that up. Teleport back to pits.
That's a great thing to have, isn't it?
Teleportation. It's great.
It'd be awesome. Someone sort that out for me. Troy Dooley now 145.357 will slot himself up into P8. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, there is a top 10 shootout after this, so the benchmark for that top 10 shootout is Andrew Cowan for Performance Sim Racing of the 991 car, 145.409. Scott Weston is just off the back of that with a 45.656. Everybody's on outlaps. Have a look. The whole top of the field.
I definitely think that tonight we're going to be looking out for tyre life to be shorter than usual, given the fact that this definitely will be a high deg track in terms of tyre wear and usage, especially through the extended loaded corners off turns 3 and 4. Always turning the car and balancing your right foot as best you can. Crosby starting his 2nd flying lap here. Gets it nicely on the brakes into turn 1. Doesn't use all the exit. Just keep the car in check as it comes down into turn 2. Michelin corner. Change of direction, looks nice. A little bit of a slide on the exit there out of 3.
Keep it
Big
on.
slide on the exit of 5 there as well.
What's the temp out there tonight? We have got a 36 track degrees temp. Yep, that made sense.
36 degrees on the track.
Oh no, I'm too excited, mate. My heart's up in my throat. Tim Nichols now on a purple and a green. At a bit of a rough third sector. Rick Vigor on 2 greens. Tim Nichol coming round the final corner. Down towards the start-finish line. Can he go better? 2 oranges will go better. 144.4. Can't read my own writing. 4-0.
Yep.
That'll do.
144.4 flat.
Oh, it is a 4
Forward.
flat. It looks like a 9 in my angle of my old eyes.
Crosby comes across the line. 44.2. So puts just outside of a tenth of a second over Tim Nichol. So that time will continue to drop the more the drivers run around here, I'm sure.
What a great lap from Darren there. As Nichol tried to secure the top position. Crosby fires back with 100 of a second faster. Marnie now has got himself up into that top 4. 144.81. A lot of drivers starting to get towards that 44 mark as well. Joe Marnie will jump back into the pits after that lap. Andrew Cowan, you're not so average sim racer.
Stephen Kennedy jumps up, puts another 300ths between him and his teammate. So 44.2, 6.3. Drivers out there at the moment on laps. There's not many green sectors popping up here from what we can see.
Bruce White sitting just inside that top 10 for the top 10 shootout. Andrew Cowan's moved up into P7. Still got 15 minutes to go of this qualifying session, so it's going to be interesting to see if these times do get much faster. As we see Peter Pavlovich, the driver of the 216 car for Pacific Esports Racing, on 2 greens, gets a little sideways out of that last corner there. Come down over the start-finish line. Will he improve? He will. He will jump Travis Nielsen up for P16. Reese DeGoey on some greens now as well. Another performance sim racing driver. 13th. Will improve his time. Didn't improve on the grid though.
Right, for you all who haven't experienced our top 10 shootout or any top 10 shootout, the top 10 drivers will get a second chance in a separate session on a 1-lap sprint, basically, a 1-lap shootout to set their best lap time they can. Positions 11 onwards will be set based on the result of this qualifying session here. So the battle is to get into the 10, let alone be the last driver out in the top 10 shootout. Drivers will go from 10th through to 1st in that order. Seeing a story of the season so far has been getting valid laps in that shootout around some of the more difficult tracks, and also how much do you push early on? What are the track conditions like? What do you expect in terms of grip levels? Pit entry for this track is on the left-hand side before the final corner. We'll stay on the inside. You'll see down the bottom of that final corner on the outside, like another road. That'll be the long lap that gets applied if you have a penalty in MotoGP. You go through there and you lose positions naturally by going the long way around, rather than doing a stop and hold in the pit lane or anything like that when you don't have to pit. Ball with Crosby here to see if he can then outdo his teammate. Rick Figure just jumped himself up one spot into 11th, so just on the fringe of the top 10 at the moment. Needs to find just over a 10th to get there. .009 off Mark Houghton, who jumped out of the way for Crosby. Crosby setting some greens, no purples yet. So is Marnie Eves at 2 greens.
Simon Haynes has joined us and said, "G'day, gents. Should be a ripper night. Let's go, Cowie." Doddsy said, "Teams games are going to be played, but tonight M1 is going to be P1.
Crosby coming across the line now. Marnie jumps himself up one more spot.
Wilson's on some personal bests as well, sitting down in P17 at the moment. I'm sure he's going to want to try and get a bit further up the grid as he comes across the start-finish line. He will. He'll move up into P14. Dooley on purples will outdo Marnie. Shoot himself into P4. See, now the top 6 are all within that 1:44 lap time. Tim Nichols on some greens again. This man has not finished his qualifying session yet. Reese Goey behind him as well, coming through on some greens. What will Nickel do here? Straight to the top with a 44.24. 2 1,000ths off Kennedy with a 44.26 to another 4. Oh, is it 100? Sorry. 1,000 sound better though. It really does.
That's real tight.
Yeah, it sounds much better. And then Crosby, so Crosby again, only a couple of hundreds in there as well. Craig Healy for the GMK Logistics team, 2 personal bests. Starting to shoot through now the 4th and final sector. See what Craig can do here tonight. Comes across 3 personal best sectors. It was enough. We'll jump Travis Nielsen to move himself up into P14. A lot of movement happening on the timing tower for positions here tonight. See everybody back to the pits and then straight back out on out laps. Cowie average sim racer. 2 green sectors. Can he commit in this final sector? Get himself a little bit. Oh, hits that curb pretty wild then. Still manages to carry a lot of speed there. Oh, big drift, Cowie. Looked great on the broadcast, mate. Definitely lost himself time though. See Steven Sinkovic starting to set laps as well. Cowie will come through the final sector over the start-finish line. Did not improve on his time. Steven Sinkovic, Team SRW Motorsports, the car 067. Do believe that was his out lap. Rick Vigor has now moved into the top 10. just came through with a 145.349, knocking Bruce White out of this final top 10 shootout. Oh, big slide there. Mark Horton. Can we see? We got car 79, Mark Peck for Quantum Pecky's Performance Racing. Say that 3 times in a row. Has become my tongue twister this season, and so is that this season, this seasoning. It's a good mix of evening and seasoning. Oh my god, and season.
My God.
I know, I'm just too excited. Season and evening go together really well. Jump on board for a nose cam with Mark Peck.
Hear him short shift to 4th there. He comes out of turn 2 into turn 3. Lots of cars in front. A little bit compromised on his entry. Everyone does well though to just sidestep out of the way. Give him a nice clear line. Down this long back straight here. Down into Pedrosa. Just imagine this being full of MotoGP fans lining the hills everywhere. Carries the speed through turn 10 nicely. He's only a 10th away. On the brakes for Lorenzo. Gentle on the throttle. Don't want to overexcite the rear of the car. See if he's improved his time. He gets a green through the final sector. Does jump up, finds about 200ths of a second, jumps himself up into P15. We've got Marty Hansen coming in too.
Has just head out onto the track. Car 126 for GMK Logistics.
And he's run deep into turn 1.
Into the sand
It
he
looked
goes.
like he was heavy on the brakes there. Steven Sinkovic, can he complete a lap? Crosby and Kennedy running line astern.
Oh, he's going very slow.
That looked like he might have had a moment through the final hairpin there.
Ace Douglas really hasn't been able to get him up far up the grid spot for this track. This is, I've got to say, definitely one of the furthest back we've seen the LMR esports driver. I wonder if it's to do with that using the spare rig instead of having his main rig tonight.
We learned a couple of weeks ago that he was off sunbathing on the Sunshine Coast or something like that.
Yeah, up here in Queensland, because we haven't had a winter yet.
I'll tell you what, I went to the Gold Coast last weekend. A weekend before that, and the weather was lovely, absolutely beautiful.
Well, we had 32 degrees weekend, I think it was last weekend. It was great. Craig Healy now over the line, will improve his time, won't go up the grid though. Jason Douglas now finally looking to be getting some personal bests in. There was some movement then. I think Rick Vigor just went up. Douglas over the line. Must have been an invalid lap. And 3 personal best sectors though, so it's going to be tough. Down to the final 3 minutes here of our last racecraft qualifying session for season 3 of 2023 here on SRW TV for the simrigs.com V8 Supercars AM Series.
Aaron Crosby isn't setting the world alight with his times at the moment.
He went into the pits, mate. Didn't even finish that lap.
Tim Nicol has got 1 green sector in there. Kennedy hasn't started his lap yet. Nicol comes across the line. What can he do time-wise? Does he improve? No, 44.5. I suspect that might have been his strategy, was just to see what he could do on that 1 lap out.
So if any of these cars make it over this final, over the start-finish line, they will get 1 more lap. Race Douglas on another green. Andrew Cowan on a green. Ed Hayden has dropped in. Good luck to the PSR boys and all the other teams for the last race of the season. Thanks for joining us, Ed. It's great to have you all out there with us tonight. Jace Douglas will improve. Only just edging out Mr. Sinkovic there. Cowan improves again. Won't move up the grid though.
6 thousandths between him and Lorne McKee.
See how much better it sounds when you say thousands?
Yeah, I know. It sounds great. Simple at the moment. Sitting on the edge of the top 10 on a 45.25. No one really looking like they're threatening to jump up. Bruce White coming across the line now to finish his lap. Does he improve? No, he doesn't. It's a 45.9. Steven Sinkovic did get a lap in. Did he improve on that last one? Don't think he did. It's a 50.3 for Steven. And we got next across the line, Mark Peck coming through the final sector now. Up to the final corner. Try and see if he can jump himself up out of 15th.
Oh, mate, into that top 10. Go on, Mark.
Does improve. 45.7 improves his time, but not his position. So there's a bit of a story at the moment.
Good to see
Bruce
the driver
White
still improving, though. He might get this last lap.
Ooh. I think Bruce will. Looks a little bit sideways. Looks like the tyres are just falling away from him a little bit. Pushed a little bit too much there into Jorge Martinez. .77 of Travis Nielsen isn't setting the world alight either with his sector times at the moment. No, and Bruce White just runs a little bit deep into the final hairpin. See what Steven Sinkovic can muster up here. Nielsen coming across the line. Don't think he will find much improvement on a 46.3. No, 48.5 for him on that final lap. Steven coming up to the final corner now. Gets a car under brakes nicely. Gets it turned in for the last corner. Just a little bit of push at the mid corner. Does he find much improvement there?
Invalid lap again, mate. Looks like he got an improved time, but that time did not count. And that will end our racecraft simulations qualifying session here for the championship round on SRW TV. Tim Nicol will take out your pole position and best lap, moving on through to the top 10 shootout. Stephen Kennedy, Darren Crosby, Joe Marnie, Troy Dooley, Lorne McKay, or Mackay, I keep saying it wrong, Lorne Mackay, Andrew Cowan, Rick Vigor, Mart Horton, and Troy Sipple will be your 10 drivers going to tackle our final top 10 shootout here for the simrigs.com V8 Supercars AM series. We are going to take a very, very quick break and head on over to the top 10 shootout. Please stick with us for a couple of minutes and we will be right back.
Every weekend, I look forward to getting out there. It's a freedom like no other. It's part of who I am. If you ride, you know what I mean. That's why I insure with Shannon's. They get it. They share our passion and give us the features riders want, like limited use cover and multi-vehicle discounts. Shannon's insure all types of road bikes, not just classics. Whatever you ride with Shannon's.
Call 134646 for a quote.
Rare Spares has over 50,000 product lines and releases over 500 new products every year. Your local Rare Spares distributor has what you need when you need it. And as the only restoration company officially backed by Holden and Ford, we take our part in your project very seriously. Rare Spares, more than just a part in your project.
Every weekend, I look forward to getting out there. It's a freedom like no other. It's part of who I am. If you ride, you know what I mean. That's why I insure with Shannon's. They get it. They share our passion and give us the features riders want, like limited use cover and multi-vehicle discounts. Shannon's insure all types of road bikes, not just classics. Whatever you ride, ride with Shannon's.
Call 134646 for a quote.
Rare Spares has over 50,000 product lines and releases over 500 new products every year. Your local Rare Spares distributor has what you need when you need it. And as the only restoration company officially backed by Holden and Ford, we take our part in your project very seriously. Rare Spares, more than just a part in your project.
Thank you for sticking with us through that short break. We are now live going into your Racecraft Simulations Top 10 Shootout. This is the final Top 10 Shootout for our simrings.com V8 Supercars Amateur Series. And this is your championship round. Tonight, one driver, or possibly two, because there is a chance of a dead heat for P1. But someone tonight will be crowned the champion and take home that wonderful trophy supplied by Grim Industries, home of the V8 coffee table. Thank you to all our sponsors for being on board for these series. If you want any more information on what our sponsors can do to help you, head on down to the links in our description below. And we are getting ready for this top 10 shootout. Our race stewards have run over how this all works with our drivers. If you don't know and are new to top 10 shootouts, the top 10 of qualifying go through to fight it out again. They will get one warm-up lap and one hot lap, and that is it. Any mistakes made, your lap will be invalid, and you will end up 10th on the grid. So good luck to all our drivers tonight as we get ready. Troy Sipple for Quantum's Pecky's Performance Racing, driver of the number 17, will be first out on track here this evening. Oh, gosh, you're back.
Themselves up with their car, looking after their tyres as best they can. So they have all the tyre to use during their fast lap out here this evening. You can just hear how little Troy Sipple is trying to over-rev the engine, not wanting to light up the tyres, trying to look after them as best he can.
Ray Douglas has asked me how I got the nickname ShiBBy, mate. To make a very long story short, back when I was a semi-pro gamer in the likes of Counter-Strike and Quake, me and my clan travelled all over Australia for tournaments, and my mate's nickname was Shimmy. Like, you know, do the shimmy shake, and I wanted to be cool like him. So I found something that sounded similar, and it's stuck ever since, mate. I've had this nickname for 16 years, and my real life friends, family, and work colleagues even call me that. So it's sort of actually my name nowadays. All right, Troy Sipple coming around will be the first to tackle the one hot lap around Jerez here tonight as we jump on board for the Warren and Brown Tools cockpit cam. Good to see you out there, Sneaky Rabbit. You cheering Tim on tonight, mate? He is contention for championship winner. Keeping it very smooth. I don't know the track limits there, but I feel like he could have used a bit more of that left-hand side of the track.
The big thing is that he wants to try and stay up on the black stuff, especially through that corner. Don't know how much grip the concrete on the edge of the on the apron has.
Of course, smooth concrete compared to a bitumen track could be dangerous getting on the pedal early.
Also important to just get a valid lap in, especially if you're the first car out. You can do no worse than 10th. So there's two schools of thought: either send it or get yourself a valid lap and hope that catapults you forward. I think I'd be in the camp with anyone who agrees with the second option there. Get a valid lap in and hope that the other guys in front push to try and make up lap time. Looks like there's a little bit of grip out there for him. Just a little bit on exit, a little bit aggressive on the loud pedal. Car looks very settled over the curbs there, through the centre chicane, through Ferrari, and up to Jorge Lorenzo corner. Jorge Lorenzo? No, that's the current. I don't know. I'm lost.
The final corner.
Through the final corner. Coming across the line now, Troy sends the benchmark of a 1 minute 45.365. So nice and neat lap time there.
Hey,
Troy, mate, well done on that lap. That was nice and clean. Was there a bit of grip out there?
No, it was. It's on and it's off, to be honest. At the start of the lap, I had plenty, but towards the last 3 or 4 corners, she got a bit greasy. But it's probably just me.
How much has there been talk in the team about looking after Tim and giving him as much help as he can tonight?
That's a given, really. So we got to kind of look out for the team boy that's leading the championship or close to winning the championship. So we'll keep it clean though. But of course we'll do anything we can to protect him, and hopefully I'll be just behind him and Pecky will be behind me, so he'll be safeguarded. That'll be the plan. But Crosby's pretty quick, and he's gone really well the last couple of rounds, so he's going to be a hard one to keep behind or even catch, to be honest with you. But it is what it is. I'm happy. Like, I have struggled with qualifying, but I go all right with race pace, and I'm pretty consistent most of the time, except for stupid mistakes. So. It's a long race, so if I'm there at the end, and hopefully Tim's in front of us, and all good.
All right, mate, go well tonight. Hopefully
Beautiful.
You can convert that decent qualifying performance into an outstanding race. Good luck, mate.
Sweet, thanks boys. Have a good night, eh? See ya.
on board now with Mark Horton, driver of the 009 car for Accelerate Sim Racing. Love seeing the different lines, the way they use the engine braking and different ways they feather the accelerator to keep this car turned in.
26.6 through the first sector is about 2/10 faster than what Troy Sipple can manage, almost 3/10 faster. Coming across sector 2 now, 14.15 plays a 14.12 for Troy, so there or thereabouts for Mark. You can see that by the purple sector in sector 1 and the green in sector 2. Turn 9 now through this sequence of right-handers. Short shifts, another green sector through sector 3, a 10th away from what Troy Sipple managed. So this will be a close time depending on how he gets through the chicane here. Car looks very composed over the bumps through the centre chicane. See how he pulls it up here for the final corner. Looks nice on the exit. Across the line, gets another purple sector. Big gains through that last sector. It's a 44.8. So it puts 5/10 over Troy Sipple in the end. So that's a very neat lap time there from Mark. I feel like that might have been quicker than he did in qualifying.
Hey, g'day guys.
G'day Mark, well done mate on that lap. That was very neat and tidy and 5/10 over Troy.
Lovely. Yeah, I was a bit conservative in my last attempt at top 10, so I figured I only got one spot to lose here, so I'll push hard, and came off for me. So yeah, quite happy with that lap.
Definitely did, mate. You were 4/10 faster through the final sector, so you were sitting about evens until then. So it ended up being a very, very neat finish to the lap. Looking ahead to the race, mate, starting no worse than P9 now. What's your plan? Tyres are going to be a premium, I reckon.
I think so, yeah. 80 minutes, nice long race, so we'll just sit in there and see what happens and try and make the best of things, eh?
Oh, mate, no worries. Well, good luck tonight. We'll see how you get on.
Lovely, thank you.
Mate, sorry, I'm trying to do 2 things at once.
You're right. Rick now starting his lap. That's just looked like he pinched a brake or something through turn 2. It's a little bit more cautious through 3 and 4. That's how that translates in lap time. 26.6. So only near enough on a 10th away to Mark Houghton through the first sector. Jamming on the brakes now. Second sector, 14.2. Half a 10th away from what Mark managed. Cumulative looks like he'll be slotting into P2 at the moment. Using all the entry. Into turn 8, turn 9 and 10 now. Another green sector. It's a 30.0. There he goes through this final sector. This is where Mark found all of his time relative to Troy. Fighting the wheel a little bit in the change of direction there out of the chicane. It's a little bit of a later apex through the final corner. Rig figure across the line. It's enough for a 45.4, so slots himself into P3. Near on half a 10th away from what Troy Sipple had managed. Rick, mate, well done on that lap. Currently sitting P3, so you've made a top 10 shootout again. Give us your thoughts on that lap, mate.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed, but yeah, I got the lap done and didn't get an off track, so long race, and we'll see what happens.
Definitely, mate. 80 minutes, lots to play out. You've had a pretty decent season. I'm sure you'll agree with us on that, and you're still sitting in the top 10, I think, on points. So, lots to play out tonight. Planning on just running your own race as usual.
Yep. Just trying to stay out of trouble and keep ticking those laps off. So it'll be interesting. Troy's my main rival. He's just in front of me in the championship. So we'll see what happens.
Definitely. That was rude of me. You're in the top 5, 30 points away from Troy. So as long as you end up 6 positions ahead of him, you'll end up equal on points. So hopefully you can 5 positions ahead, and you'll make that work.
We'll just see what happens. It should be a good race. It's going to be a cracking fight for the championship between the top 2, no doubt.
Definitely is, mate. Go well tonight, and hopefully you can get the one better on Troy and really set us up.
Thanks, guys.
Andrew Cowan has started his lap. He's through to turn 2 now. Not using as much track through 3. Getting the car under control nicely through 4 now. First sector time comes in. So 26.7. So about a 10th away from what Rick had managed. So 14.1 through the second sector. So give or take on the mark with everyone else. Sound like he pulled a gear lower there just to keep the car speed up, get the exit that he wanted. Or a little snatch on the exit of turn 8. Purple through that third sector, so the tyres have come to him. It's 29.7. 2 tenths faster than what Troy Sipple managed. Fastest through sector 2 now for Andrew Cowan. See if he can pull it up through this final corner. Nice and early on the throttle to get the rotation. Coming across the line now. It's a 34.2. We'll put him into P2 on a 44.9. 10th away from what Mark Houghton had managed. Yowie, mate, well done on that lap. You found all your time through that, definitely through that third sector. That was the fastest we've seen by about 2 tenths.
Yeah, I sort of gave up a little bit in the middle. I should have attacked that left sweeper a bit harder. But apart from that, it was pretty good. So yeah, good fun. I like this track. Don't know if I'm
definitely seemed,
but I like it.
Yeah, it's tricky, it's technical, but it certainly is giving drivers probably a good experience driving these cars, which I'm guessing are not very easy given how much you're spending in sort of third gear, high in the rev range, and wanting to look after those rear tyres as best you can. I'm assuming that will be story for the night, won't it?
Oh, for sure, man. Look, I think it's one of those tracks that you can get driving a lot of good places, but it's going to be the guys that, can take it easy on those rears, especially, that will be fast tonight. But I think unlike the last couple of weeks, there's some good opportunities for passing, I think. So hopefully it should be a good, entertaining race to watch.
Definitely think so. On the exit of the chicane will be critical for everyone, just so they can reduce the chance of an overlap down to the last corner. But we'll let you go, mate. Go prep yourself for the race. Well done. Currently second on the timing sheet. Worst you can do is P8. So well done.
Cheers, boys.
On board with Lorne McKee now. Oh, just ran a little bit deep into turn 1. It sounded like couldn't pick up the throttle. Had to square the car off on the curb on the exit. Mitted through turn 4, all the way to the exit. 26.857. So matching what Troy Sippel could manage through the first sector. So 14.2 through the second sector. So he needs to find a little bit more time. Currently sitting down towards where Rick Vigor is predicted. Got a second bite of the steering there. Car pushing through the mid corner. Lots of curb through the first part of the chicane. Driving onto the rear axle a bit through the penultimate corner into the last now. Looks like a decent lap time here for Lorne. Let's see where this puts him on the timing screen. Jumps him up into P3 on a 44.945. He does the fastest final sector by a tenth over what Mark Houghton could manage.
How you doing?
Lorne, mate, well done on that lap, mate. That was the fastest final sector as well. So good to only be a tenth and a bit away from your teammate.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad a result.
I can't remember if we've seen you in a top 10 shootout this season so far, but well done on getting there in P6, mate. That was a very decent lap in the qualifying session. Are you looking forward to the race?
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I was in the top 10 last weekend and then made a meal of the race, so hopefully we can improve this week.
Well, one step at a time, mate. Make a top 10 and then the race results will come eventually, I'm sure. So go well tonight, mate. Look after your rear tyres and we might see you at the end.
Okay, thanks, mate.
Roy Dooley now in the 333 Mustang. Starting up his lap here. We're looking to break it nice and late as he can into turn one. Car turned in nicely. Yeah, was able to get on the power a little bit nicer than what Lorne could in that last lap. A little bit of push away from the apex of turn two. Lots of commitment through turn four as well. Patient on the throttle through turn five, getting ready for this run down the hill. Into Pedrosa corner. A purple through the second sector. So we can pull up through sector 3 here, 29.7. Only half a tenth away from the best time that Andrew Cowan could manage. So his cumulative is looking like it's going to be a decent lap time. Might be challenging Mark Houghton at the top. Looks a little bit too much speed on the entry to the chicane. Pushed a little bit too far from the second apex. Maybe that hasn't lost him not much time. Through the final corner. In second gear for a long time there. A little bit of wheel spin on the exit. Comes across the line to finish his lap. Jumps himself up into P3 on a 44.93. So not far ahead of Lorne McKee, but enough to slot himself into P3 there.
Oh,
Troy, mate, well done on that lap. P3 at the moment. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad a lap. I think I was stuffed up a little bit coming into those S's, but track's a little bit cooler, so the times are a little bit quicker, but yeah, always something left on the table, but got one banked in there, so I'm happy.
Hindsight I'd say a very accurate science, that's for sure. But look, you can only take what's in front of you. Looking ahead to the race, do you feel a bit confident to be challenging for a podium tonight?
Top 5 would be good. Yeah, just consistent. Just see how it plays out. Hopefully there's some good battles and some good racing.
I'm sure there will be towards the front, mate, with the championship on the line. You're sitting in a decent spot in the championship, though. Where are you sitting? You're sitting down here 14th at the moment. But definitely some spots you can make up ahead of you with some drivers not taking part tonight.
Sure, yeah, it should be a good night. Last round of the season. That's been a great season. It's been some great racing. Enjoyed every minute of it.
And did I see your name on the registrations for next season? I think
absolutely. Absolutely.
I hope so, because I just closed the registrations.
Yeah, I was in there as soon as I saw it.
All right, mate. Well, we will look with interest to see how you go tonight, and definitely into season 4.
All right, cheers, guys. Have a good night.
Good luck, mate.
Yeah.
Joe Marnie just started his lap off there in a way that he wouldn't have wanted. Lock up into turn 1. Pushed about a car and a half width away from the apex. So watch for this to be a hammered lap here, trying to make up some time. See what he needs to make up. First sector is a 27.3, so it's about 6/10 away from the best time we've seen through sector 1. A very short sector, sector 2, 14.1 for him as well. So everyone's sitting around the 14.1s, 14.2s for that second sector. And 8 now. It's a purple through the second sector, 29.6. 10th faster than we've seen. See how community is through the chicane here. Curb car looks very composed on the exit. As the car settles out. Just catches the car a little bit. And he feeds some more steering in. Down into the last braking zone here. A little bit of wheel spin on the exit. Takes the straight line up to the line. 34.0 puts himself into P5 at the moment. Go, mate. Unfortunate start to that lap, but you managed to pull a little bit of time back, recover what you could.
Yeah, that sucks. I'm surprised that I ended up with that lap. But yeah, that's it's a bit disappointing. I was a bit too eager on the stop pedal at the start of that one.
It definitely isn't, chasing a lap time or chasing time, chasing tenths when you've made a little error into the first corner. Certainly doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence for the rest of the lap. But you managed to pull back a decent lap time. Worst you can do is P8 at the moment. So I'm sure you'll be raring to go for this race. Look, we know it hasn't been the season you wanted, defending your title, but there's still definitely been some great moments in there for you. And season 4 is just around the corner, so you can get another restart and go again.
Yeah, definitely. There's been some highlights, couple of wins, and yeah, a bit disappointing in some of the other results, but that's yeah, freshen up and go again. Finish this one on a high, and look forward to seeing the fight for the championship with Nicol and Crosby in this one. And Kennedy's not going to make it easy for Nicol either. So yeah, it's going to be good.
Definitely not, mate. We'll see if we speak to you after the race. But well done on this season, and go well tonight. See if you can't pull another good result.
Cheers, boys. See ya.
Darren Crosby, P2 in the championship at the moment, looking to try and get himself to the top of this leaderboard here. First sector is a 26.4, 2/10 faster than we've seen so far. Throttle control through turn 5 was incredible there. Shows on the lap time about 200ths faster than what we saw from Troy Dooley. 14.1 exactly. Through the midfield now, turn 8. Gets on the brakes nicely. Car rotates through that curb very smoothly. Only green through the second sector, but only just a little bit further away from what Joe Marnie managed in that last lap. Lots of curb. Brakes the car very neatly down into the final corner. No wheel spin on the exit. Coming up to the line now. So 33.9. It'll put him to the top. It will on a 44.1. Put 7/10 on the rest of the field. That is a banging lap from Darren there. Doing everything he needs to do to try and maximise on his championship fight. Darren, mate, well done on that lap. 7/10 on the field, and looked like you were having some fun out there.
Yeah, I just got the first sector right and just felt good, so just kept pushing along and it was good. And look, the temperature dropped from 31 down to 30 for my lap, so it might have helped a little bit. But yeah, the car felt really stable. Enjoyed it. Hopefully I can put the race together and fill it up at the end.
Mate, it's so tight between you and Tim. Only 7 points. Tim's the better of you, so I'll tell you what you need to do. You need to finish 2 spots higher than Tim, or finish 1 spot with the fastest lap.
Yeah.
That's all you've got to do. It's so tight, it's ridiculous.
Bit of pressure on, but look, anything can happen at this track, especially with the temperature that's on the track. So anyway, I'm looking forward to the race with him, and hopefully we can have a bit of a good race together and have no spills, and the best man will win.
Good old title scrap. That's what we were loving to see. So good luck tonight, mate. Go well.
No worries. Thanks, buddy.
And definitely well done on this series so far, though. Any result tonight is won't undo all the good work throughout the season. So go well tonight, mate.
No, thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Stephen Kennedy now starting his lap. Trying to see if he can unseat his teammate at the top of the timing screen. A little pinch of the rear brake into turn 2. Downhill through 3. And like he short shifted 5th there on the exit of turn 4. Green through the first sector. See how far away he is. 26.4, 6.4, so half a tenth away from what Darren managed. So 14.188 through the second sector, so a tenth away from what Darren was able to do. So this is really showing that Darren's lap was very, very strong indeed. Turn 8 now. Car rotated nicely with an early turn in. Tucked it into the curb nicely. Narrow on the exit to try and get a much nicer braking line into turn 9 and 10. So 29.8 through that first sector. Through the third sector. Little slip on the exit of turn 10 through the chicane now. Using all the curb. The way how does the car sit on exit very nicely. Turns it into Ferrari. Down to the final corner. There's a lot more entry than we've seen any other drivers use into the final corner. Coming across the line. It'll be enough for P2 on a 44.48. Slots himself right there into P2. Stephen, mate, well done on that lap. It's P2 at the moment, but your teammate is right in front of you, and I'm sure you'll be hoping that it'll be a front row lockout for M1 Racing.
Oh, it'd be good to be that, but I think Timmy's pretty quick also, so I'll have to wait and see for that one, but yeah.
I'm sure there's been plenty of talk between all of you M1 boys about what's on the cards tonight and what's at stake for Darren. Has there been much talk about what support you'll play to Darren tonight?
Well, hopefully I can just park myself between him and Timmy, actually, so and give him, I think he's 7 points behind, is he?
Yeah, 6 points per position on offer, basically, is the gap. So
quickest lap might come into play too, actually.
Yes, it will. Even if you can slot yourself between Darren and Tim, Timmy has some work to do has to get the fastest lap. So I'm sure you'll be making that Mustang as wide as it's humanly possible. As wide as it is on the outside lane of the Coleman freeway, I can tell you that much.
I want them to have a decent race between them, both of them too. So I've said, it'll be good to see.
All you M1 racing boys have come in hot this season, and it really tells by how much effort you guys have put in and all the results you've had. So it's been a welcome entry from you guys, and I'm sure that you'll all be back next season ready to go and putting a 4-car challenge on for that championship.
I think it has been a great league to race in, actually. So, but I'll be looking forward to next season.
All right, mate. Well, go well for the rest of the night, and I can't wait to see the scrap between you, Darren, and Tim. That I'm sure will come.
Yeah, hope so. Okay, catch you later.
I love this time that we get to chat with these drivers through the top 10 shootouts.
It's really good. It's really good to just hear their insight into what they've just done and what their plans are for the race. But it is the championship leader, 7 points to the better, ready to go for the final shootout run of this evening and for the season. Tim Nicol down into turn 1. Car pulls up nice and straight, gets it on the curb on the inside. All the track used on the exit. Down into turn 2, car rotates nicely around the curb. Gets it nice and straight on exit, uses all the curb in the mid 3 and the exit of 3 down into 4 now. Looks gripped up through there. So 26.4 to the first sector. He's 100th away from what Darren Crosby managed. Little slide at the mid corner of 5. It's a 14.0. He's found himself half a tenth through the second sector. Talking about inches here between these drivers. And 8 now. Car rotates nicely. Used a little bit of extra brake to just get the car to rotate exactly where he wanted. Turn 9. It's only green through that sector. 200ths between Darren and Tim. To come right down to the wire. Chicane. Car rides nicely over the curbs. See how it goes in the change of direction here. Getting on the brakes for the final time for this lap. 2 championship protagonists split by hundredths. Coming up to the line. Will it be pole position for Tim Nicol? It will. A 44.015 takes pole by 1/10 of a second over Darren Crosby. The championship leader has taken the final pole position thanks to Warren and Brown Tools.
And Racecraft Simulations.
Racecraft Simulation.
All the sponsors. Well done, Tim. Final top 10 shootout of the season,
Hello,
mate.
Tim.
Oh, I can't hear properly, guys. You're breaking up.
Hello, Tim. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, Tim. Well done, mate, on that lap. That was, you were split by less than 600ths pretty much for the entire lap, and then you managed to pull it out in that final sector. So well done on that. Taking out the Racecraft Simulations pole position for our final round here of season 3. Give us your thoughts on that lap, mate. It looked like it was a little bit of handful, but I'm sure there was heaps of grip out there, as the drivers have been saying.
Yes, glad I got across the line there. I think I just pushed too hard and realised that it ended up being a handful, and I actually really thought, because I did what I did last week, and I changed from a delta, that is for the session, back to my personal best, and I could just see the time, wallowing away again, and I'm like, anyway, it is what it is. It's the final race. I just need to make sure I drive cleanly, and across the line I went P1. So no, I was pretty stoked. It was a handful though, I think, out of turn 3 and 4, and it's just like, oh, stop driving like this, Tim.
How's the heart rate, mate, with everything on the line tonight? Are you feeling nervous, anxious, excited, ready to go?
I am, and I think more so that it's Darren Crosby, because we go back a fair way. I visited him a couple of times when I visit SIPs in Queensland, so we've got a bit of a relationship where we at times are the same pace. So, I came across to SRW for a little bit of a break from V8 vets, and the guys have come across. So, yeah, I'm a bit nervous because I know that he's good and he's been quick the last few races. So I just hope he stuffs his fuel calculations up again.
Mate, starting off the pole is exactly what you need to do tonight to really assert yourself on this championship. And I'm sure you know the scenarios that play out in terms of it's only 7 points between you. That's the difference of 2 positions, really. But there's a lot to play out tonight. So hopefully you can make the most of it and have some fun, because no doubt it will be an exciting race.
Yeah, no, it'll be good. This track's not kind on tyres either, so it will be a race for the who can look after their tyres the best. And I'll tell you what, one area to watch if you haven't watched or streamed this one before is pit entry. Pit entry is an absolute mongrel.
Definitely looks like that, being on the inside of the track and with no barrier to stop you careering into other cars. Hopefully that doesn't happen tonight, but we will watch with interest. Mate, well done again on pole position tonight, thanks to Racecraft Simulations. I'll give you a quick chance to thank all your sponsors, and then you better to jump yourself over to the race server when it goes up.
Yeah, cheers guys. Much appreciated. It's Troy Sipple at Quantum Tin Solutions, Pecky at Performance Racing, Dan at West Oz Roofs, Tim Nickel Photography, you guys, and all the other competitors. It's been a great season, hopefully I can have a bit of a chat at the end of the night. It'll be great,
mate, and we hope that we can chat to you as well. I mean, we'll be chatting to you either way, but hopefully it's for a great result. And one that puts the crown on your head as the champion of the Supercars AM series for season 3. Go well tonight, mate.
Too easy.
Feel the pressure, feel the nerves, and harness them and see how you go.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
ShiBBy, I don't think I could ask for a better stage to be set for our championship round here this evening. Your 2 championship protagonists on the front row of the grid, ready to go. Tim Nickel and Darren Crosby will line up alongside each other. Stephen Kennedy in 3 alongside Mark Hooton. Andrew Cowan and Troy Dooley will line up out of 5 and 6. Lorne McKee and Joe Marnie out of 7 and 8. And Troy Sipple and Rick Vigor out of 9 and 10. The rest of the grid was set earlier in the qualifying session from 11 down to, I think it's 19 cars we've got tonight. But it will be an absolute stellar race tonight. We'll take a quick break. I'll be back with you very, very shortly with the race. 80 minutes around Jerez. Don't go anywhere.
Every weekend I look forward to getting out there. It's a freedom like no other. It's part of who I am. If you ride, you know what I mean. That's why I insure with Shannon's. They get it. They share our passion and give us the features riders want, like limited use cover and multi-vehicle discounts. Shannon's insure all types of road bikes, not just classics. Whatever you ride, ride with Shannon's.
Call 134646 for a quote.
Rare Spares has over 50,000 product lines and releases over 500 new products every year. Your local Rare Spares distributor has what you need when you need it. And as the only restoration company officially backed by Holden and Ford, we take our part in your project very seriously. Rare Spares, more than just a part in your project.
Every weekend, I look forward to getting out there. It's a freedom like no other. It's part of who I am. If you ride, you know what I mean. That's why I insure with Shannon's. They get it. They share our passion and give us the features riders want, like limited use cover and multi-vehicle discounts. Shannon's insure all types of road bikes, not just classics. Whatever you ride, ride with Shannon's.
Call 134646 for a quote.
Rare Spares has over 50,000 product lines and releases over 500 new products every year. Your local Rare Spares distributor has what you need when you need it. And as the only restoration company officially backed by Holden and Ford, we take our part in your project very seriously. Rare Spares, more than just a part in your project.
Every weekend, I look forward to getting out there. It's a freedom like no other. It's part of who I am. If you ride, you know what I mean. That's why I insure with Shannon's. They get it. They share our passion and give us the features riders want, like limited use cover and multi-vehicle discounts. Shannon's insure all types of road bikes, not just classics. Whatever you ride with Shannon's.
Call 134646 for a quote.
And we are back here on SRW TV. Thank you so much for you all sticking around during that quick intermission. We have finished our racecraft qualifying session and our racecraft top 10 shootout for the last time for season 3 here in 2023 of your simrigs.com V8 Supercars AM series. We are just about to get the final race underway and find out who will be crowned your championship driver and win that beautiful Piston Cup. All thanks to Grim Industries, home of the V8 coffee table. The drivers do have a 15-minute warm-up just to get themselves settled and back into the flow of this track. And I tell you what, Preach, I cannot wait for this endurance round.
Absolutely not, mate. The grid, it looks absolutely incredible. It's going to be an incredible start to this race with Nickel and Crosby lining up alongside each other on the front row. Two championship protagonists going at it off the line. 7 points separate them. We'll run through. Can we get up the championship standings again?
We sure
That's
can,
possible,
mate.
ShiBBy.
Oh, of course it's possible, mate. You ask and you shall receive.
ShiBBy doing wonders once again. So we'll run through it all again for you. Tim Nickel leads the championship after drop rounds have been applied by 7 points over Darren Crosby. So the battle is for P1 and P2 in this championship. So 7 points. There's 6 points on offer per position, starting at 180 points. Keep that in mind. Then Jace Douglas and Troy Sipple. Jace on 770. Troy Sipple on 751. Rick Vigor on 721. Scott Weston on 671. So some healthy gaps in there between Vigor and Weston. And then it's tight heading back down towards the bottom of the top 10 with only, what's that? My maths escapes me. 81 points between Weston and Marnie. And then some other close gaps further down between Burridge and White. Burridge isn't here tonight. I couldn't see him on the timing screen. White is tipping isn't either, but Troy Dooley's sitting there in 14th at the moment. He'll be looking to jump himself up the order a little bit. There are up to 8 extra points on offer as well, though. 5 for the fastest lap and 3 for the driver that is first across the line with a 0x. So, what that all means is that for Tim to finish champion, he has to finish either ahead or only 1 spot behind Darren Crosby. That will separate it to a point. That's without any extra points applied. We can have a draw in the occasion that Crosby finishes 2 spots ahead of Tim, but Tim has the fastest lap. So that's getting confusing. Just think Darren needs to be at least 2 spots ahead, and Tim needs to not have the fastest lap for Darren to be champion. Anything outside of that, in Darren's favour, so more spots down to Tim. Darren takes the championship. As long as Tim finishes ahead or at least 1 spot behind Darren, he's champion, pending no extra points for Darren either. So We'll be watching that very closely. It's pretty easy, though, to understand when there's only 6 points separating every spot. It's not like in F1 or in Supercars where it's more heavily weighted towards wins. This is more heavily weighted towards consistent finishing positions, outdoing your points. Cowie, so ShiBBy.
Yes, mate.
No, I was throwing over to you.
Yeah, I knew you were. I just thought I'd answer it with a question. Yeah, really, really close throughout this championship. These AMs have put on a fantastic show from round 1 right up now to round 9. The drivers have been battling really respectively throughout this whole season, and honestly, if season 4 is looking like it's going to be bigger and better than this season, mate, I cannot wait to get this season 4 underway after our short break of 4 weeks. So I am absolutely pumped, and we've got just under 5 minutes left to go before the grid will line up here for the final time for the simrigs.com Amateur V8 Supercars Series. Pricey's joined us and said, evening champions, race callers, even champion race callers, I'll be legless by the end of the race tonight. Mate, I probably wouldn't jump off too many roofs because getting legless does hurt. It does. Drinking on... Wait, it's Tuesday, right? Pricey, yes. You mustn't have to work tomorrow then, mate. That's all I'm hearing. You're rubbing it in. You're just rubbing it in, mate. I do want to have a look at... Right, I'm going to have to do some fancy stuff here. Let's see what I can do. I want to have a look at that... was it the pit lane entry or the exit that the drivers were talking about?
It was a pit lane entry, but I think the pit lane exit could also be interesting.
So there's the entry there, is it? Yep.
Yep. So the line for the pit speed is around the yellow cones, all the way around, basically at the start of the pit building. But braking and running your car in there will be very interesting. I'm assuming that anything onto that green is an off track, so unsafe pit entry, maybe something like that you might cop.
Still going to be carrying a fair bit of speed through there. There we go, Quantum Pecky's car going through, and that is a very tight turn. It looks like drivers are actually practicing that pit entry, which is fantastic to see. There's an absolute littlest mistake in there could cost you multiple positions, either a drive-through or a stop and go for unsafe pit entry. We will be keeping an eye on that.
And maybe we might want to have a look at pit exit.
We can do that as well. A little drone out.
So pit exit coming up the left-hand side of the track, and then to the outside of turn 1, basically. The reason why I'm bringing this up is that as someone is exiting the pit lane in the race, they have right of way compared to anyone on the track. So they don't have to stop in pit lane to let other drivers through, which will make it interesting for anyone coming up to the first corner. Have to be wary of where the other cars exiting pit lane will be. But it's also a blind spot for those coming out of pit lane, is that you won't be able to see all the way across to see if a car is barreling up your inside and being able to react. So it will be interesting to see how the drivers deal with that tonight. Probably expecting 3 stops tonight.
Yeah, 3 to 4, I'm thinking. Depending on what sort of strategies they play
fuel load. It's an increased fuel load as well compared to other racetracks. Obviously, this is the racetrack we spend a lot of time modulating the throttle, but it's not a flat out. It's not completely flat out. It's not a low downforce track. It's a fair bit of commitment needed through all the corners, and the rolling speed is up fairly high. So it'll be interesting to see. I think definitely a 3 stop will be the ideal strategy, but I don't know. Let's see let's see how safety cars work out, because if, you know, Nickel and... I think Nickel will be very reactive, not proactive on his pit stop deal, especially if Darren needs to finish in front of him. And off the start, we'll see what happens. But someone like Tim would be very reactive to what's happening around him, whereas Darren Crosby will have to be proactive, making the right calls for the strategy. Practice is now finished, though. I'm going to be jumping straight into the race session.
Hope you guys have got your drinks ready for 80 minutes around Jerez. I just want to say this one. Jerez. Jerez. It's all
Jerez.
the same. Yeah, Jerez.
Sergio Jerez.
Yep. One last time here. Our V8 Supercars AMs will take to the track. And after 80 minutes of racing, we will find out who is your Season 3 champion. Give us a shout out in chat to who you are cheering on tonight. We love seeing all the support for all our drivers out here in this league.
Let's go through the grid for you here this evening. Tim Nicol, championship leader by 7 points, will line up in front of Darren Crosby off the front row. Stephen Kennedy and Mark Houghton will line up off of row 2. Andrew Cowan and Troy Dooley off of 3. Lorne McKee, Joe Marnie, Troy Sipple and Rick Vigor round out the top 10. Reese DeGoey and Bruce White will line up off of row 6. Scott Weston and Craig Healy off of row 7. Mark Peck and Travis Nielsen off of 8.
And we've got to get racing because the lights are green and we are off and away here for the last time for Season 3. Nickel got a great run, but Crosby's going to pull him down into turn 1. Watch all the drivers filter through. Let's keep it nice and clean. 3 wide down in the back of the pack. This is going to be one close first lap. Let's keep our eyes on the championship contenders all the way up the front.
Stephen Kennedy got a horrible start. He's down into 6th spot. At the moment, it's Crosby and Nickel. Crosby is going to be Lone Ranger. Going to have not a whole lot of support from behind at the moment. Nickel's got Mark Houghton right behind him as well. Be expecting those front two to start to gap away. Nickel, though, is in a good spot. He's got that 1 point buffer at the moment on the championship. So I'll be looking to see how that plays out through the rest of this race moving forward.
GMK Logistics car just made a move up the inside of Travis Nielsen there towards the back of the pack. Keep an eye on that timing table. I will get the intervals up in a second. Really, really respectful, clean driving for this first lap. The GMK Logistics and Travis Nielsen still having a great battle here at the back of the pack as well.
Money Hansen getting up these inside. Nielsen has lost out to Jace Douglas now as well.
Just see on those intervals just how close this AM series is. So what are we saying? Maybe around the 25-30 minute mark with that increased fuel, we're going to start seeing our first line of pit stops?
I'd still look for that 20 to 25 minute mark gap, but I think it's still going to be, I think it's still going to be 3 stops there or thereabouts to get home in this 80-minute race.
Something just happened to DeGoey, mate. He's dropped 1, 2. Oh, one of the Marty Hansen is around. So DeGoey dropped 4 positions there as well. And then Marty Hansen has unfortunately had a self-spin there. Jace Douglas now really making good use of the little mistakes that have been made. Got himself up 1 position already. Thanks for joining us, Steve. Oh, Pelican Pete out here supporting Petar Pavlovich.
15th at the moment for Petar, just off the back of Mark Peck.
Jace Douglas now getting that move done around Reese DeGoey. That will move him up 2 spots. Don't forget, guys, Jace Douglas is in the running to take a 3rd in this championship. And he has started from the back of the pack. So keep an eye on this young gun because we know he has the skills to fight his way through. Yes,
I'm going to keep crunching some numbers in the background, by the way.
You're right, mate. Would be a superb way for the LMA esports driver to finish this season with a lot of ups and downs. Crosby really starting to put the pressure on in this enduro race. He's pushed it out to 1.14 seconds to Tim Nicol. So he is not messing around. But is that the right strategy to go out and push hard? Because Tim Nicol might be a little bit conservative here and just keeping that gap open. Not pushing too hard. And just trying to save some tyres as we scroll straight back down. We've got a great battle between Cowan, Dooley and Kennedy. The 333 driver of Dooley has had a phenomenal round series in the Pro-Am as well. It's great to see all these AMs also getting up there and having a race on the Sundays. Marty Hansen is back around again, unfortunately. Let's jump on the nose of the M1 racing car, number 55, Stephen Kennedy, as he chases down Dooley and Cowan. Pavlovich right on the back of Mark Pettick at the moment as well. Actually, side by side, down the inside, Pavlovich goes. Gets that move done on Mark Peck. Will Mark Peck let him keep it? We will have to keep an eye on them and come back to them, but Patar will make that move stick up 3 spots off the grid already. Great driving. Andrew Cow in the car 991 for Performance Sim Racing. Needing to keep Dooley and Kennedy off the rear of him. It's also bringing Lorne into this as well. Looks like Dooley has some really good pace on Cowan. They set very similar lap times last time around. Darren Crosby has just punched out the fastest lap, 144.15. Who's still really upping his pace. Patar Pavlovich now on the back of Craig Healy for GMK Logistics. Down the inside into turn 1. Pulls it up beautifully. Blocks Healy's run off that corner. And that's actually allowed Mark Peck to pull in on the back of Healy as well. Patar making massive moves within the first 4 laps of this race. Great to see the supporters for Patar out there. Troy Dooley now being hassled by the M1 racing driver of Stephen Kennedy. You can see Lorne now also just biding his time. A 3-way battle could make it easy for Lorne to make an easy move. All he's got to do is wait for those mistakes. This could be a waiting game. A long race ahead. What a way to finish this championship. Patar now has gapped himself out from Healy and pushing towards Bruce White. He does have 2 seconds to gain here. Onto the back of the LMR esports driver, Bruce White. Got a battle here for P8. Marnie, Sipple, Vigor and Weston riding on board of the Angry Birds racing car of Rick Vigor. Number 014. But the
I'll give you
front...
I'll give you the breakdown right now with how the things pan out. Crosby has an 11-point swing in his favour. So he would be leading by 4 points come the end of this race. If things are how they are at the moment, it would only be 4 points between Crosby and Nicol.
That is a close finishing to a championship if I've ever seen one. John Gallen's just joined us over on Facebook, mate. This series is a open setup, no assists. It is the true V8 Supercars. Can you even race the V8s with assists? Is that a thing?
You can.
Nobody
I think
does.
one of the big one is clutch, auto blip.
Yep.
but it can be quite invasive in these cars. I found myself wanting to blip myself. I sort of taught myself a bit of heel and toe when I was driving these more regularly. Back into last year, I did one of the special events with SRW and jumped into their season. But found myself, to be honest, enjoying ovals more. But may the Nash trucks forever rest in peace.
One day, mate. One day.
Please.
The league is still growing, brother. I'll tell you what, I'm going to want to race those. I'm calling it. It's been nearly 2 years of broadcasting for SRW. One day I'll get out on track. So auto blip, I do believe that is allowed. There you go, our race director Tyson McAvoy just confirmed it for you. Yes, auto blip is allowed as we keep on board with this battle for P4 while the three front runners stretch away from the rest of the field. Wow, Troy Dooley really starting to look like wanting to make moves on Cowan. You can see it does look like they're starting to hold him up. Kennedy now wanting to make a move on both of them. Will go down the inside. Pulls it up really nicely. Will stay side by side with Dooley. Dooley will just pull it in. By the surprise of Lorne there, I think it looked like Lorne wasn't too sure what was going to happen. But Kennedy will get that move done on Dooley, and now we'll be hunting the back of Cowan.
Dooley's coming back though. Stephen had a bad run through turn, we're up to turn 8 there. Dooley definitely looked like he was going to try and throw it up the inside. And he just pulls in behind Cowan. You can hear it on the broadcast. It's on the brakes very heavily, very early. Sort of staying behind.
Big short shift there through that corner. Was that like a tactic to hold Dooley up there?
No, it would have been more to look after the rear tyres to make them last as long as he could. Because I don't want to chew up their rear tyres too early.
Vigor.
Sipple there had lost. Yeah, Sipple had lost out. He ran deep into the last corner. I just saw it on the back of that onboard from Kennedy. So Vigor has managed to get past him.
Good move from Vigor there. Some great battles happening. Battle for P9 across 4 drivers. A battle for P4 across 4 drivers. Well, Darren Crosby, 3.6 seconds away. 1:45.00. Still on the absolute fly. So Nickel only did a 1:46.81. That's nearly 2 seconds slower. Nickel's got to be playing some sort of strat here, being this longer race. For sure. Quickest man in qualifying, takes the top 10, and now running 2 seconds slower than Crosby.
Cast your mind back to Le Mans last season, the last race of season 2. We saw Callum Hodgkinson run a lap longer than everyone else. To be fair, Le Mans is a long track. But he ran a lap longer than everyone else. And by the end of the race, he was looking at a short fill that, with what I believe to be the fuel rate, could have put him in contention for the race win. All because he ran a lap longer, was able to save that much extra fuel.
That's right.
This track isn't as short, but if you can get an extra lap, that's an extra minute and a half relative in lap time, in race time, that you're out there for. That adds up when you're coming to the final stop.
Yeah, I think
that's an extra 3-4 laps maybe you've got in hand. So if he is playing a bit of a fuel game strategy, he might be looking to try and make the most of it throughout a short fill at the end. But that gap is starting to open up a little bit into that territory where I'm not sure it's worth the effort.
Oh, Jace Douglas!
No, that's White.
Down. Oh, sorry, Bruce White. Gosh, their cars look so similar. Bruce
One's a
White.
Mustang and one's a Commodore.
I just look at the colours, man. The colours.
One's got white rims, one's got black rims.
All right. I'll stop trying to argue the point. Anyway, great move by Bruce White for the LMR esports team there on Scott Weston. Now up another spot off where he started on the grid. But does Jace have black rims? Jace does have black rims. You're right. Well done. Good. Well, good.
And one looks closer to its road car counterpart than the other.
Yeah, that's true. There is a big difference.
One looks pinched at both ends, and the other looks mean and aggressive and I bleed red.
Yeah, it's not this one that looks mean and aggressive, right? It's not a very good-looking car, to be honest.
Blue oval enjoyer over here.
Yes, I own two and could own more. Pav closing the gap up pretty quickly. He has, mate. He has. He's actually got onto the back now for the battle for P9. So Pavlovich now up 4 spots. Really hunted down the rest of this pack. Great overtaking maneuvers. And now has himself in a contention for a top 10 finish at this moment in the race. Only 15 minutes in. A long way to go yet. I've been told that we should give a huge shout out to Riley. I believe it is pronounced. New to SRW and watching the race tonight. Been told he's never seen iRacing before and loves it already. So huge shout out to Riley for joining us. And of course a huge shout out to everybody who joins us for our broadcast week in, week out. For a week, we are a busy team. Cowan now just can't. Doesn't look like he's got the pace of Dooley and McKee. As we see Dooley go out the outside, will cut it back in. Gonna follow the same line as Cowie through this. Get a bit of draft assistance down here. Will he have enough of a run? He is right on the back of Cowan. Can he make the move into turn 1? Not going to have enough. Will keep the car there though, just so Cowie has to push out wide. Really trying to get down that inside. Oh, looks like Jace Douglas has had a bit of an incident on lap 9. Marty Hansen has just got back around Douglas. You gonna crunch those numbers for me for that P3 position, mate?
Well, I definitely can. Douglas in 18th and Sipple in 10th at the moment. They're the ones that I'm looking at. Sipple in 10th would be earning 126 points. And Douglas at the moment is getting 78 points. So that is a 48 point gap, which would be more than enough for Sipple to outdo Douglas. That gap at the moment is at 19 points. So that would be a 29 point gap. Sipple over Douglas for P3 at the moment.
Wow, so Douglas needs to get, what did you say, 18 points to gap. So Douglas definitely needs to get further up towards that top 10.
Really, if Sipple is staying where he is in 10th, then, I mean, Jace needs to be probably in 13th. Oh, that's his right, 19 points. Yeah, Jace would need to be in 13th or higher, with Sipple in 10th at the moment. So 2 spots, 3 spots the difference. at a maximum, would keep Jace ahead of Troy Sipple.
Right, so we've got a battle for all podium contentions here tonight. See, Troy Dooley still just sitting on the back of Cowan. He's in a really good spot, still sitting where he qualified. Still really wanting to show that nose down the inside. Will he get this done side by side through the turn? Gets a great run out of there. Really moving through smoothly. Cowie is going to tuck in now. Troy Dooley will make that move stick and get himself up into P5. Now Lorne is going to be on the back of Cowan. There is moments where either myself or Preach go quiet. It's because we need to take a breather.
I'm just trying to do the math in my head and try and work out what are the permutations at the moment for this P3. And I think, yeah, Sipple at the moment has a hand on that. One hand over P3 in the championship. Vigor being one spot ahead of him doesn't really have an impact because they were 30 points. So for Vigor to jump Sipple overall, he has to be 5 spots ahead. So, Dooley's just run wide out of turn 1. And it's going to get Cowan up the inside, and then Lorne's going to be looking as well. Close racing here between these 3 drivers. Troy just runs a little bit wide on the exit of 4. Turn 5 isn't really a good overtaking opportunity given how wide and open the corner is. His best opportunity will be down into turn 6. If you can get close enough. Car 067 has retired from the race, so that will be Steven Sinkovic out for this one.
Oh, that was Bruce White again. Up another spot into the top 10 now. Great move there around Sipple. Bruce White really doing what he can for the LMR Esports team. Crosby, 6.34 seconds to Nickel. There's definitely some sort of strategies going on between Nickel and Kennedy is all the way back with Mark Horton as well. So I'm really excited to see how these pit stop strategies work out, to see what people start doing.
I wonder if we're a lap away or maybe 2 laps away from that stop. That's what I'd be expecting.
What's the fuel cap?
Dooley's run deep into the final corner. And we'll lose out
Marnie?
to...
That's Marnie.
Yep.
Or as we like to call him, Mahoney. Oh, no. Marnie's going to have to slot back in. Rick Figures back onto this as well. Marnie didn't really drop off much there, though. See just how close Vigor is, so we will keep an eye. There's a train starting to build. Dooley, Marnie, Vigor, White, Sipple's just off the back, Weston's just off the back, and Pavlovich is right on the back of this pack now. The Pacific Esports Racing. Yep.
Race Control letting us know that the fuel is 50% of the fuel load, so 55 litres. We just need to know what the burn is so that we know when to expect them in. A little bit larger than what we normally have, around that 40-litre mark, 40% fuel load mark. Some of our other races this season so far, especially our Super Sprint format, which are the 20-minute races. So we'll be expecting maybe some pit stops to come in the next, as I said, 2 laps or so.
Lorne has made a move around Troy. Troy's just locked the brakes up.
Yeah, that's what I was saying when he ran deep into the final corner and ran alongside with Joe Marnie.
Yeah.
So that's what
Lorne
happened to
get
Troy.
around
He
him.
just missed his braking point and ran deep into the corner.
Lorne now going on
looking
it.
for the move around Cowan. Couldn't quite get it done. It was on the outside for that corner. Might get a good drive out of the corner. Fuel burn is 3.5 to 3.6 litres a lap, so 44 litres. Yeah, I think we're coming up to the end of our fuel load. Cowie's trying to do 3.3 litres a lap. My quick maths isn't that good at the moment.
I would say, so with a 40% fuel load, within 20 to 22 minutes, the drivers usually start pitting. So if we say 10% more, probably within, look, I'm going to say around the 25 to 26 minute mark, depending on how these drivers have gone out there and, attacked this track, as you heard.
So if we're on lap 14, they would have done then 14 laps. My math at a 3.6 litre fuel burn per lap, 3.3 has them doing 13 laps in a stint. So I think this is the lap that everyone will pit. Maybe one more.
We'll keep
Crosby.
it on Crosby. As he comes
15
down.
laps to a tank. Okay. So my maths is off. Oh yeah, my maths was off. I put the wrong numbers in. 40% fuel load is 44 litres. 50% fuel load is 55 litres. Sometimes we make mistakes over here. I'm not a professional. I'm not perfect.
Whoa. Dooley. Oh, it's on. Dooley, Cowan and Lorne. These three have not left each other's side. As we see Lorne down the inside of Cowan. Bit of damage on the back of Lorne's right rear quarter panel. Definitely been some...
Cowie, little lock on the brake there.
And look at this. Marnie's now on the back of this battle pack. Vigor's only 0.4 of a second off the back of Marnie. And then White's 0.4 of a second off him.
And then Sipple's now inside a second as well, so gaps are all coming down. 5th to 13th are all... Nearest makes no difference, 1 second apart. Oh, Cowie's locked the rear! He's split it into... Where are we? Turn 5, 7? I don't know.
Do you want the track map up, mate? Hey, do you want a track map link?
Turn 6. He slid it in there on the rear brake into turn 6. Jeez, that's embarrassing.
You sound like me on a Friday night early into the morning, so I don't know where we are.
Vigor!
Oh, big slide out the back there for Vigor.
That was out of turn 10.
That has dropped him right off the back of this battle pack and
Crosby,
put
Nickel, Kennedy, Houghton all in the pits. McKee as well.
Dooley. So Cowan is still going to continue.
Marnie's continuing.
Havs in.
Oh, no,
someone's in
Martin!
the wall of the pits. Someone is in the wall.
He's stuck. He's stuck in the Armco. I've done it so many times at Sandown.
No, it's not Houghton. Or is it?
Who is it? Ben.
Who hit the pit wall?
Is it Marty hit? No.
Yeah, who's the
stuck?
other? It is
stuck. It's Marty Hansen. No, it's not.
I can't work.
It's Lorne. It's Lorne McKee.
It is Lorne.
Safety car's been called.
Because he can't remove himself from the barrier. The front of that splitter is wedged in there. I feel like with the torque these V8s have, you should be able to peel that front bumper off. But safety car has been called. That really throws a spanner in the works here. Tyson McAvoy is lining up to grab the leader as they come through. What an unfortunate event.
So we're going to see Cowan, Marnie, White all flying to pit lane to try and get a jump on on Nickel and Crosby. Why is there such a gap between Crosby and Nielsen?
So this shows the difficulty of coming into this pit lane.
Came in late, locked the rears under brakes.
And then it looks like he's powered out of it to try and get out of the way. And it's just...
That's so unfortunate to be stuck in a barrier like that.
Looked like he was going to get himself out. It's not going to happen today.
Watkins, Glenn, on the exit of the big loop. When you do the cup layout, you can easily crunch yourself into the wall and not be able to get out. Same at Sandown. The Armco has a particular Velcro type, welded type adhesion to it. So you can't get any car out of the barriers once you're in there. So let's see what's happened here. So 66, 23, 55, 009 all coming out.
Everybody
line
filters
astern.
through,
Cowan and Marnie have managed to keep themselves in 5 and 6, and then Dooley in 7. So I think Marnie's found a gain out of all of that. We're looking to see where other drivers are. Vigor has fallen back a little bit. Douglas is still in 18th in the pits. I think there hasn't been that much change in the order. I thought there might have been, given when the safety car was called when everyone was in pit lane.
I think the only one that's really sort of suffered on that is Lorne, down 12 spots now. Not a way to go out on a championship round. There is a good chance he will... Oh, he might get a wave around if he gets back out on track.
No, because he was the one who caused the safety car.
Oh,
called for the safety car, so he won't get a wave around.
Unfortunate.
So, but with the field bunched back up like they will be, I'll tell you who's breathing a sigh of relief right now. Tim Nickel. Because his race could have been running away from him very, very quickly. His championship could have been slipping through his fingers watching Crosby drive away with that big of a gap. So, Jace Douglas is still in the pits too.
Has been for a minute 43.
So, he is leaving pits now. And we'll need to catch back up quickly, because I dare say that we're probably only going to have another lap under safety car. Given where the safety car is now, wouldn't be enough time for them to hold position. I haven't heard anything come up on the comms to say that they are holding, that we're out of the safety car period.
Oh, to everybody watching, if there's just one of you out there that is not subscribed to our YouTube channel, please get over there and do it. We are sitting at 799 subscribers. One more to take us to that 800, especially here on our championship round for the AM series, thanks to simrigs.com. And at
championship week.
Yeah, the championship week. Indeed. When we hit 1,000 subs on YouTube, we are giving away a racecraft rig and seat to a lucky name drawn out of a hat or maybe an engine. We will find an awesome way to draw all your names, but you must be subscribed on YouTube to get in that draw. 799 of you awesome people helping us grow this league and this broadcast. Starting to come into sunset too. It is very sunsetty.
Definitely is. Yes, so I think the championship is still in Crosby's grasp. Well, it is still in Crosby's grasp. He's got the fastest lap at the moment. which is already 5 points. He's got an extra spot, which is the 6 points. It's 11-point swing in his favour, which will make him 4 points the champion right now.
That is so close.
Sipple at the moment has a firm grasp over P3 in the championship, which would make it 2 Quantum Pecky's cars on the championship podium. Now I wonder if we're going to go green this time by. But yeah, Nicholas probably got the best gain out of that safety car, even though it's not a position gained, it's time back. Because that gap was out to 6.7 seconds. Safety car lights out, leader to maintain 80 kilometers an hour. Safety car, driven by Tyson McAvoy, will accelerate away from the field. Be in the hands of Darren Crosby to get us back to the green flag.
Safety car has entered the pit lane. Thank you to the promo department. The restart is now in Crosby's hands.
Still holding 80k. He's gone before the corner. Crosby leads him across the line to start lap 19 of this race. Nickel within 4/10 behind him. Nickel's job now is to try and stay on him for as long as he can.
Oh, there's a big
Kennedy
move. Vigor, sorry mate, Vigor down the inside of Weston there. I saw it in the back. Great move there off the restart.
Stay with this lead battle for a bit, shall we, Shibby? Because Stephen Kennedy has now put himself in a position to hound the back of Nickel, making his life so much harder to try and get a move done.
Tim Nickel sandwiched between the M1 racing drivers.
Nickel shows the nose, decides to tuck back in. Not an overtaking spot there. He just wasn't quite close enough. Didn't have the run down the straight down into Pedrosa. Through 7 and 8 now. Sweeps through 7. Good overtaking opportunity coming up potentially into 9. Kennedy just had to dab the brakes a little bit in the mid corner. Nickel just might not have had the best line through there. Pressures are still coming up for these drivers, temperatures as well. So drivers are just taking it a little bit more cautiously probably, but the clean air has worked out well for Crosby. He's managed to get that gap out to 6/10. Might not sound like a lot, but it is when you consider the position that they're all in now for this race. Sipple up in 9th. Douglas is in the pits. So that will definitely drop him down the championship order.
That's not the way you want to go out on your championship round. He has had a phenomenal drive all season. How did that happen?
Bruce White just got a drive-through penalty for contact on lap 15. So I'm not sure if that was with Vigor potentially turn 10. Yeah, that sounds like it might have been with Vigor. Tell you what, Nichols closed that gap again to Crosby. Back down to just shy of 4/10. But then Kennedy comes back at him as well. And Nichols seems to have the first half of the lap pretty well under control compared to Crosby because he can close that gap. But then these M1 racing cars seem to come back at him team to have the better run through the second half of the lap. I wonder if Nickel might be running a little bit less wing and he's finding benefit in the higher speed section, more open section. You know, Sector 1 and Sector 2 are pretty open in terms of not exactly chaining corners together in the same way, with some straights in between these corners. And you can see how he just pulls a little bit through 3 and 4 on Kennedy. So he's back down to 4/10 on Nickel now as well.
Andrew Cowan here, Performance Sim Racing, attacking the back of Mark Horton. Have we decided if we're calling him Horton or Houghton yet?
I should have asked him when he was in the
in the top 10 shootout.
In the top 10 shootout. I just went with Mark because I wasn't confident. And I didn't want to be like, yeah, mate, it's been 9 weeks. I still don't know your name properly.
Yep. The thing is, if they don't tell us how to pronounce it, it's like Mahoney. It's been 2 seasons.
Well, we weren't told until like a second round to go. Oh, is that wide off? That's wide off the track at the exit of 9. Comes back on the outside. So Sipple gets through. Pavlovich will get through as well. Although Pavlovich over the inside line, White has to give him a little bit of space. And then it's down to White and Vigor. But Bruce White does need to serve his penalty for that drive-through. See if he does it this time by. Yep, he will come through and serve his drive-through penalty. Make sure you pull it up. Don't lock the rears. Yep, and into the pit lane to serve his penalty. So Crosby's managed to get back away from Nickel. That gap's out, back out to 8/10 now.
Crosby's really putting the pressure on, isn't he? To get away from Nickel. Do you think he maybe sandbagged it in the qualifying in top 10? It was just like...
No, I feel like maybe the setups that they're running are a little bit different.
26 degrees track temp, massive difference. There's 10 degrees difference.
Well, at least 5. Yeah, so that's that will make a difference in terms of how your car reacts in this type of weather. This type of ambient condition as well. Nickel is doing enough though to try and hold that gap at 6/10 mark, but it just runs away from him in some particular corners of the track. So yeah, it'll be down to setup. I think these guys, they know each other's skills, and they know each other's capabilities like the back of their hand by now, especially with Crosby and Nickel knowing each other so well, as we learnt in the top 10 shootout post lap interview with Tim.
We are halfway through our championship race here tonight on SRW TV. I couldn't imagine doing an 80-minute race, man. I struggled to get through 20 minutes.
Is that why you enjoy the GR86s on Thursday night so much? Because it's just 3 quick-fire 20-minute races.
I do love a Super Sprint series, and I was racing the 86 officials when they first came out, so like little 15-minute sort of sprint races was fantastic. Don Gallen thinks it's Horton.
Well, that's what you've gone with, Horton, he's a who.
Yeah, that's how I've been saying it. Horton, he's a who, yeah. Because that's how it's spelt. Spelt the same way as we move back through the field. Scott Weston and Craig Healy of the GMK Logistics team keeping it together, chasing down Rick Vigor. Few gaps starting to happen across the field, but still plenty of battles going around. I'd also like to say a huge shout out to whoever the 4 people were who subbed on YouTube, because we just hit 803 subs. So thank you so much. Our goal is to hit 1,000 by the end of the year over here on YouTube. So if you do enjoy our broadcasts, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, share us with any of your sim racing friends and family. Get on over here and have a watch and support your teammates, your drivers, and the families that race over here as well. Josh Crosby's doing it again. He's really starting to stretch his legs. Nichols definitely not falling off the back as much as he was in before the safety car. Definitely not wanting to let him get away. So we saw... Oh, it's Riley. Ah, thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Was you and your partner, all 4 accounts? Champion. No, I think we also had Ty Burner in there as well. All right, we have Mr. Mark Peck. Quantum Pecky's Performance Racing. Becoming one of my favourite team names to say. On the back of the GMK driver, number 67 of Craig Healy. Well, thanks for joining us, Riley. We appreciate all the support for our broadcast and, of course, for all the drivers out on track. Can't do it without the drivers and without you guys all coming and watching the broadcast. There would be no need. See Kennedy still glued to the back of Nickel as well. Crosby now out to 1.4 seconds. So he's put the foot back down again. 1:45.07 to Crosby and 1:45.63. So definitely a difference in those lap times, and looking like Kennedy wanting to start hassling Nickel now. The more he hassles Nickel, the better chance Crosby has of starting to pull away. Petar Pavlovich, though, for Pacific... wow, I was going to stuff that up. Pacific Esports Racing. Car number 216 or 216. Having a cracker of a drive, up 8 spots from qualifying to get himself into that top 10 in P9.
Whoa, big moment on the exit of turn 5 there for Pavlovich. Just got 2 wheels in the dirt on the exit, had to catch the rear end as it tried to over-rotate on him. So we're going to throw it out there. Crosby has got himself a handy gap now. He can probably just back off a little bit, try and maintain control of his car so that he doesn't have any moments where he loses that spot.
1.7 now to Nickel. It's
Yeah,
all due to
Crosby,
Kennedy hassling him.
Yeah. Nickel, I think, knows that he just needs to drive with his eyes forward.
That's a tricky thing to do when you're trying to defend from behind. Riley, oh, big moment there for Dooley. You see him snap that steering wheel to catch it on the exit out of that corner. No traction control. Oh, Marnie now starting to close that gap onto the Performance Sim Racing driver. 991 of Andrew Cowan. Marnie now up 2 spots off the grid. This is the closest battle. Dooley, Marnie, Cowan all battling it out for P5. Just want to remind everybody out there, if you are enjoying this broadcast and you haven't hit that like button yet, let us know that you're enjoying the broadcast by hitting that like button.
Crosby still has that fastest lap of a 44.1.
That's going to be hard to beat.
It is going to be hard to beat, but with the temperatures coming down, it might be a little bit more. He might be a little bit more comfortable to go for it. He's probably pulling about 3/10 on this lap alone on Crosby. And Crosby with a bit of wheel spin on the exit there. That won't help his rear tyres that much. That's for sure.
Check these lap times.
45.5 for Crosby, 45.2 for Nickel.
Yeah, right.
It's taken just over 3/10 out of him on that last lap. Pavlovich on the back of Sipple.
Great drive here for Pavlovich tonight. Definitely one of his standout performances. My eye is on Pav for a possibility of driver of the day. I feel like championship round. I want to share lollies with everybody. Oh, Cowie's made a bit of a mistake. That's going to make Marnie get up the outside of him. Oh, just couldn't quite commit. Will he get a better run out of there because of Cowie's mistake?
Difficult to make the run work through 7 and 8 though. Gonna need to try and get. He goes to the outside. Cowan goes defensive into 9. And that's going to invite Dooley up as well because Marnie couldn't get down to the apex. Marnie gets a good run out of 10. Limited return though when you with the short run down into the centre chicane. 11, 12 and 13. Through Ferrari now. Sun setting in the background. Marnie got a good run out of Ferrari. He's going to send it up the inside. Oh, just not quite given enough racing room there. Sorry, he was given enough racing room, but just not quite enough to get up the inside. Cowie swept back down over the front. Marnie, though, looking to the outside now for turn 1. Going to try and do a little bit of a switchback, I think. Slow the car a bit more for the apex. Oh, Cowan just gets a little bit tail happy on the exit. That removes any opportunity for Marnie to get up the inside. Dooley trying to throw himself in the ring here. Oh, Marnie just got a little bit off track on the left-hand side. We saw these two go out at the back end at the start of last season as well, where Joe was able to just start to run away with it through the mid part of the series. Hasn't been the best series for Joe this particular season, but him and Cowan race hard against each other. Nickel is pulling a bit more time out of Crosby. Back down to 1.1. Marnie got a good exit out of 9. He's still there.
Oh,
through
bit
10.
of a touch. Bit of a touch between the two drivers there. Marnie and Cowan, Dooley as well. Solid battles here. Unfortunately, Bruce White, due to that drive-through, has dropped himself. Every time I jump off the Marnie coming down the outside into turn 1 on Cowan. Is he going to get the inside run? He's not, because he's still going to be on the outside.
Dooley's going to stick the nose up there.
Oh. He's going to fall off the back a little bit and invite Sipple onto the back of Dooley.
Marnie end up, no. thought he might have ended up with a slowdown because of how narrow we kept it out of 5 there.
Oh, Sipple, heavy on the brakes. Gets squirrely, pulls it up though down the inside of Dooley.
Not done yet though. Dooley's still on his inside. Dooley decides to bail out of it. Let Sipple come through. Gap between 1 and 2 is back out of 1.6 now.
Yep.
It's just ebbing and flowing as the race goes on. 45.6 last lap for Darren Crosby.
Oh, Marty's had a mistake. He's just dropped 3 position, possibly 4. If Vigor makes this move done.
Marty gonna hang it around the outside. Vigor needs to hang it around the outside.
Oh, Marty's around.
Oh, it makes contact with the wall. Joe now has to wait for Reese to go through before he gets on the loud pedal to get going again. So it's around the outside and then just a little bit, probably a little bit of net code involved in that one. Looked like they locked in contact and then it took a little while for Joe to spin. We get a replay again here. So Rick is over the curb and then Joe comes back up the inside. There's a little bit of contact side by side. We'll definitely let race control decide on that one because that's very tight. I'm feeling like a racing incident, but it did undo someone's race. All the way down to 15th from battling for 9th spot.
Extremely close racing.
So very close racing. Hansen in 10th is doing nicely. He's up 10 spots. So he's sitting in a good spot. Petar's up 9. So I know we've said it before, but Marty's doing a lovely job at the moment. He can get a lap in qualifying. So Hansen doing nicely. Peck behind him. Oh, Nickel must have had a moment. He lost almost a second on that last lap. So Hansen's in.
First of the pit stops, 56 minutes in. That's actually right around the first start. So 26, 25, 26 minutes.
He's done 15 laps.
Yeah, 15 laps, yep. That was the count, wasn't it?
That was the count, but obviously with a safety car lap or 2 in there as well after the pit stop. That might be why we're seeing some gaps open up. Maybe Nickel hasn't been able to fuel save, and that's why he's dropped off the back of Crosby a little bit. It's because now he's gone, oh shit, I need to put in a lap of fuel save. Cowan under threat from Sipple here. Sipple looking up his inside. So Sipple make the move on Dooley a couple of laps ago, whilst the rears were skating all over the shop on the inside. Sipple's going to try and take a more wide entry into 8 and 9. Try and see if he can carry a bit more mid-corner speed through. Does find some speed in the mid-corner there of 9, but won't be able to get the move done into 10.
Nickel's in. Nickel is the first of the front runners into the pits. Crosby has continued. Kennedy has continued. Completely different to what we saw in the original pit stop strategy. Dooley's now in. Cowan's in. Pavlovich is in. Vigor is in.
So we're going to have to watch and see what Nickel does here. What's his stop time? Probably around, expecting about the 24-second mark at the top end of town. Hasn't dropped yet. 22.8 second stationary time. Yeah, 54 seconds through the lane. There or thereabouts with what Darren Crosby and Stephen Kennedy did in that first stop. So there's two things that Nickel can do here. He can either go for that fastest lap off the bat, which he probably will need to do to try and reduce the chance to try and maximize on the undercut option. But that also could also mean that, he gets the fastest lap, which we haven't seen anyone in the 44s during this race so far. So how hard does Nickel push? He's going to need to push relatively hard. Crosby comes into the lane now. Kennedy has dropped down to third. So Kennedy's had a moment. Mark Horton's got past. He's now into the lane, and so will be Kennedy, I would imagine. So that might be a little bit of a pressure reliever here for Nickel.
Oh, Kennedy's had, an off track. Something's happened.
So it's down into turn 6. Turns it in. Rear just comes unstable. Has a little bit of a spin. Or does he make? He makes contact with that tyre bundle, surely. Yep, he definitely has. So I have a little bit of front right damage on that car. Hopefully not too much. We're looking for the pit exit here. Crosby heading up towards turn 1. And Crosby will have it by some margin. That's going to be in excess of 3 seconds.
4.2 to be exact. There's Tim Nickel
so
4.2.
now. Tim's got tyre temp though. Tim knows that this is his championship here right now.
That should be the final pit stop, except maybe for a splash and dash, depending on how, again, the drivers are treating this. Oh, mate. This is coming right down to the pointy end. I'm on edge.
He's driving the wheels off it right now.
He is. Let's get on board with Tim, thanks to the Warren and Brown Tools cockpit cam. You can just hear those tyres, though, really pushing them to the limit. Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah,
that
all the curb was used then.
It sounded like it was so close to a compression lockup. As it came down to the second, I heard the car sort of reef on itself. Not many battles out on track now after that last pit run. Is that coming out ahead? That's Reese to go.
7 for Nickel. 3/10 away from that fastest lap.
He's done a 44.44 throughout this session.
Now at least I suppose now at least he knows his delta is bang on what it needs to be, and he knows that he only needs to find that 3/10, but taking the energy out of the tyres on that first run. Mark Horton up into P3 now with Kennedy having that moment. Cowan's managed to jump Kennedy as well. Everyone has now done their second stop. Now, I didn't want to bring it up because I'm wasn't sure how much I trust it, but Darren Crosby also has a 0x at the moment.
Ooh.
That's an extra 3 points. So instead of it being a 4-point gap, it's a 7-point gap.
Wow, this championship has really come down to this race, hasn't it? The racing has been tight and the points even tighter.
Nickel had a 45.9 that last lap, so lost a second, almost a second and a half on Crosby in that lap alone.
Kennedy just did the best lap time for that
His personal
lap.
best, yeah. 44.29.
It's the best lap time for lap 34, mate, across the board. Kennedy's putting the pressure down now. Cowie did a 145.36, so really not too much in it. If Kennedy keeps this up, he could definitely get himself back up into the podium finish as we see Viga and Pavlovich now. Viga looking like he wants to make a move here. Don't think he's going to get it. Wasn't quite close enough. Has really pulled himself in on the corner there, though. Just got to stick to the back of Pavlovich here. Pavlovich now up 10 spots into P7. Andrew Cowan's also up there into P4. He's getting hassled by Kennedy as well.
Just don't know what Nickel's got left.
You could only hope for a mistake from Crosby.
Or a late race safety car.
Which, with how these AMs have driven all season, I think this is the series that has had the least amount of safety cars. With 15 minutes left to go in your championship round, Darren Crosby for M1 Racing is leading the charge. Now with a 6.3 second gap back to Tim Nickel for Quantum Pecky's Performance Racing. Mark Horton is sitting in P3 for Accelerate Sim Racing. Andrew Cowan at the moment in P4 for Performance Sim Racing, but the M1 Racing driver of Stephen Kennedy is hot on his tail. As the sun sets here over Jerez, we will ride out this final 15 minutes. The lights on the cars are coming on. Kennedy, oh, looked like Cowie just made a bit of a mistake over that ripple strip there. Kennedy couldn't commit though, there was nowhere for him to go. Needs to stay close. I think all the points are going to be tight as long as we can crown our champion tonight and get them in the comms box.
I'm telling you, it was 7 points coming into the race. Crosby, without bonus points, has got that margin down to 1 point. But when you add on an extra 8 points for bonus points, it just won't be enough, unfortunately.
We're absolutely on edge.
I think the tyres have gone away as well. So Tim has no real hope now unless there is a mistake from Darren Crosby.
Crosby is a full second faster a lap on that last lap with a 1:45.10 to Tim's 1:46. Crosby has really come out tonight and said, I want to win this championship. It has been fantastic battling between the M1 Racing and the Quantum Pecky's Performance teams all season. They have put on quite a show. Speaking of the M1 Racing team, Stephen Kennedy now starting to challenge Andrew Cowan for his spot in P4.
So Sipple will definitely take home P3 as things stand. With Douglas being out and Vigor being too far back. Oh, sorry, him already having too many points in hand over Vigor. This is Sipple. He'll take home P3 in the championship, which is a great result for him and for those Quantum Pecky's boys to have two cars on the podium. Kennedy going to look up the inside of Cowan. Cowan had the outside line. Was able to keep him tight at the apex. Kennedy unfortunately wasn't able to do enough to get past. Cowan really aggressive in his defence there. Doesn't want to be giving up a P4 on the podium, or P4 in this race. Good solid haul of points. Cowie. Now there's one thing I haven't considered, and that's Cowie relative to Scott Weston. Cowie and Weston were at 24 points apart. Cowie at the moment is gaining. I mean, he's got 6 spots on Weston, so he's getting himself a 12-point lead over Weston. Switching over the spots, I don't think he's going to jump Rick Vigor with Vigor in 8. So Cowan is fighting for a P6 here, I think. Maybe even a P5, given Jace Douglas isn't scoring any points tonight, I don't think.
How much of the race did he finish?
Well, he's 20 laps down. So he did 19 of the. 19. He did 19 laps.
Right.
So that, now that it's outside even 50% of the race distance currently, it wouldn't make a difference. Because correct me if I'm wrong, the points are awarded based on finishing 75% off race distance.
I would have to double check the rules, but there is definitely a minimum amount that the driver must complete.
Working off the fact that Douglas doesn't score any points for this race, Cowie is getting, in his current position of 4th, 162 points. Yeah, we
Kennedy down the inside. Cowie's going
Cowie
for the
with
switchback. Lights up the tyres a bit there. Will get it pulled in though really nicely. These two want to put a great finish to what has been a great season. This is brought
Sipple's not over with this one though. Kennedy had a bit of a moment on the exit. Stayed narrow.
Kennedy sideways and he's around. Sipple now.
Bounces off the tyre, off the barrier as well.
He is back on track. There will be no safety car. We are also in the last 7 minutes of this race, ladies and gentlemen. In the next 7 minutes, your champion will be crowned. That's put Peter Pav, or Patar Pav, as I usually say, up into P6, up 11 spots. Very up and down season for Patar, but still a great driver nonetheless. Battled it out with the lads all season. Patar is sitting in P9 in the championship right now, so these points are definitely going to matter to him. What a race.
Genuinely 9 seconds now, Crosby to Nickel. Crosby's done everything right this race. Hasn't put a single foot wrong. He's doing exactly what he needs to do to come across the line and claim this championship.
Not without a fight throughout the season, but he's definitely been the dominant driver here tonight.
It all was with the start as well. Crosby got the jump off the line. Nickel looked like he had a little bit of wheel spin in the second phase of that launch. Crosby had a cleaner start, was able to lead from the front, use the clean air to his advantage. Four minutes to go in this race. So should be seeing 3 laps total distance to run. Nickel another second slower on that last lap. We had a crowd that was roaring in the background, cheering on Darren Crosby as he, he's run a little bit deep into the chicane.
I think I've got a crowd. Hang on. Let's see if I can find one. Not much of a crowd, but a bit of a clap there for Crosby.
Well, I've heard everything now.
That's all I could find at such short notice.
I have heard everything. Well, Darren Crosby has done everything right tonight so far. Still 2 minutes to go in this race. Tim Nickel, he took the fight. best he could to him, but took out pole position, did what he needed to do. Fortunately, that start didn't work out for him, and he's been chasing Crosby ever since. Tried to play a different game with the strategy, hitting a lap earlier than Crosby, but wasn't to be. Crosby actually ended up having a 5/10 better pit lane time, which, even though that shouldn't have played out with as much of a gain as it did, Mark Houghton running in third right now has run a really nice, clean race. Only up that one spot, but a podium tonight will do him a world of good for his confidence heading into the off-season. Cowan in fourth, up a spot as well. Had some good battles tonight with Joe Marnie. And then that cracking battle with Stephen Kennedy just a couple of laps ago. Has held his own into fourth. Troy Sipple behind him. Done enough to get himself provisionally P3 in the championship. So 2 Quantum Peckies drivers on the podium for the season is a great result for them. And hopefully they can take that into the off-season with a very good result. Petar Pavlovich up 11 spots now. He's doing everything right. This will be the white flag lap. Here, Crosby as he comes through into turn 5. Definitely taking it easy now. See what Sipple and Cowan aren't going to give up without a fight. Got Weston, Healy and Hanson going at it as well. Some battles still to play out in this field, but the M1 Racing team came in at the start of this season with a point to prove. All drivers new to this series, hadn't run with us before, but there's been one driver who stood head and shoulders above the rest this season. From the M1 Racing team, your Season 4 champion is Darren Crosby from the M1 Racing team. He'll come home, take out the win tonight and the fastest lap, which will do him exactly what he needs to do to take home the championship. Tim Nicol, valiant fight, was leading before this race, took out pole position. Fortunately couldn't get the start, but does come home P2 and will take home second in the championship. Mark Houghton will come home in P3. A great drive from him. Hopefully he can take that confidence into the rest of the season. Cowan will hold on over Sipple in fourth. Sipple with that 5th place finish does take himself to P3 in the championship. Pavlovich comes home in 6th ahead of Vigor. Kennedy in 8th. So a top 10 result to finish off the season for Stephen. He'll be frustrated at himself for making that error at turn 2 a couple of laps ago, but does come home in 8th. Weston in 9th. Healy in 10th. Hanson up 9 spots into 11th. Bruce White in 12th. Mark Peck in 13th. Joe Marnie will be frustrated at himself with that contact with Rick Vigor into the chicane. Not the result he would have wanted to finish off the season, but he was champion last season. He's going to hand it over now to Darren Crosby. A stellar drive tonight. Fastest lap. Clean race. I don't see any off tracks against his name. And he will take the championship by, I think, 7 points in the end. Waiting for all the drivers to pull up on the starting line now.
There is your Season 3 champion, Darren Crosby for M1 Racing. Rev it up, mate. Rev it up.
Everyone come to the grid.
Yeah, I think this is something we do during the championship round.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it's an expression session for all the drivers to show their respects to all the other drivers that joined us this season. They will all line up one last time. As Darren Crosby will lead the way. Get some salt burnouts out there.
Those are the gentlemen, your Supercars AM field for this season. Enjoy all these burnouts and crashes and everything that is to come here.
It's going to get pretty chaotic. Everybody is just going to spin tyres. What a way to end our Simrigs.com V8 Supercars AMS series. Here for Season 3 of 2023. Thank you everyone who has supported SRW and SRW TV over the last 2 years. We definitely couldn't have done it without you and of course all our drivers. And I cannot wait to get through the rest of our championship week. Wednesday night we bring the Shannons and... let me try that again. Wednesday night comes to you the Shannons Insurance Formula 3 Nationals Championship. It is a nail biter over there as well, with the points extremely close through the top 15 drivers. So make sure you go check that one out as well. Thursday night will be your Shannons Insurance Toyota GR86 Series. That will be our championship race as well. Get over there and check that one out because the 86 Super Sprint Series has been an absolute banger and I can't wait to see the championship race. And of course, Sunday night, our Pro-Am Series will be back here at Jerez for their championship round. That will wind up our race here tonight. What an absolute cracker. Darren Crosby will be crowned your champion and receive that Piston Cup.
Not making the joke.
I can't help myself. All right, mate, let's start with our podium interviews. And we're going to get, of course, because Mark Horton drove his way to P3, we are going to get Mark in here and have a chat to him about his drive this evening.
Mark, very surprised.
Great drive, mate. Can you, before we get into the race, can you put one thing to bed? How do we pronounce your last name?
Well, a lot of people pronounce it Horton or Houghton. I don't mind either. I personally pronounce it Houghton, so...
Okay. So we'll call it Houghton after this season, but we have been calling you Horton all season, so we hope we're okay with that.
Yeah, I think, that's no dramas. I think I heard Houghton a couple of times. I was like, oh, no.
Yeah, that was me. that was me. I'll cop that one. Look, mate, well done tonight. Yeah, had a great qualifying performance into fourth. And then you just ran a pretty neat race from there on, and you were able to get yourself on the podium after Stephen's error a little bit earlier on in the race before that second round of pit stops. How difficult was it to keep your tyres in check, given that it was it's the longest we've done on one stint this season?
It wasn't too bad actually. My tyres felt great through both stints, or 3 stints rather. Very unlucky for Stephen there. He had the pace on me. I was probably 4th there, but surprising. Yeah, I'm happy. First and only podium for the season, so I'm very happy.
Well, it's the right time to bring up the podium. Give us your thoughts on your season as a whole, mate. Though I'm sure there was some ups and downs in there. Was there any race that stood out, obviously apart from this one, any race or any round that stood out as one of your favourites, or one that you had your most fun with?
Yeah, to tell you the truth, probably Red Bull was the most fun race. I've had a little bit of bad luck in the beginnings of some of the heats and stuff and been pushed back and then had to battle back through the field. But I've had a great season. I've really thoroughly enjoyed it, and I've signed back up for next season straight away.
Oh, perfect, mate. Well, we're very much keen to see you on track again next season. Give me 2 seconds whilst ShiBBy asks you some questions. I'm just going to try and make out where you finish in the championship. I have to get out of iRacing because
I wasn't ready for questions.
I'll just ask a couple.
A couple. What drivers out on track during this season have you enjoyed most battling with?
It's been a couple of times with Bruce. Bruce and I unfortunately came together a couple of times, but it was good hard racing. Rick Vigor, we've had a couple of good battles. Cowie, obviously, me and Cowie have been pretty close, a few races there at the end of the season. But overall, like, all the drivers here seem to be very respectful, hard driving. You know, there's a few little mistakes and stuff, but we live with that. But you know, it's been really great.
That's good to hear, mate. And out of a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being yes, you definitely would you recommend our league and our broadcast to other people?
Definitely, mate. Definitely. One of the best leagues I've been involved with. Up there with vets. Obviously, if you're over 40, you get into the other one. But this is, by far one of the better leagues, and thoroughly enjoyed the broadcast. I'll be straight off to watch the replay after this. Race control's been awesome. Just thoroughly enjoyed the season completely.
That's what we love to hear. The feedback from the drivers is what actually matters to us. So we love all the feedback you guys give us, and we also love that you enjoy the racing out here, because I tell you what, our job here behind the cameras and the broadcast, mate, it just gets better and better every week. And I've said this through the whole season of Season 3. The V8 AMS has hands down been my favourite to watch. You guys have put on an absolute showstopper this season. So congratulations and well done, mate. Hopefully Prix just worked out where you finished on the podium.
I can give you a rough idea. You're definitely in the top 15.
Yeah, I think I missed the first 2 races. I was sick at the start of the season. I think I missed the first 2, or at least the first one anyway. So, I didn't expect to be up there at the championship. But well done to the 3 guys. I think it's Darren Crosby that won the championship, Tim Nicole second, and Troy Sippel, I believe, in 3rd place for the championship. Yep. Well done, guys.
Well, mate, congratulations on a great season. Great to see more of you guys coming over and thoroughly enjoying the league. And, mate, keep an eye out on our socials and Discord, because we're going to have a couple of special events and short 4-race series opening up over the break, mate. One being the V8 Supercars, so keep your eye out.
Yep, definitely be there, mate. And the next season, I think I've got 4 teammates with me. So,
let's go.
Look out for Accelerate.
Mate, great to see more people coming over. Look forwards to next season, mate. We might have to start running 2 splits for the AMS at this rate, because it packed out super fast.
It did, yes. Yep, so, I heard today it's been closed already.
Yeah, we had to pull the pin at 45 due to track limits, mate. So, but as the league grows, it means better options for us as the admin team to start opening up other options for, 2 splits, maybe a non-broadcasted race for, something under the AMS. So they're like a development league.
Yep, that sounds like a good plan.
Yeah. Anyway, mate, get out of there, out of the broadcast. We will let you give a big shout out to all your sponsors, your family, your friends that keep you out here on track.
Well, thank you. Yeah, firstly, thanks to the league for putting on the season. All the people that run it have been fantastic. Race control. Congratulations to the Podium for the championship. Thanks to all the other competitors. Special thanks to the broadcast team. Been loving that. And my sponsors, Abbey Timber, Primal Wheels, Box and Locks in the Rang, Modern Deck, Blacktown Mazda, and special thanks also to my team, Accelerate Sim Racing, and all the guys there to help out during the week.
Awesome, mate. Well, we look forward to having you back on track next season, mate.
Thank you.
Enjoy the time off, and we will chat to you again soon.
Lovely. Thank you very much. See you guys.
Yep, no problems.
Yes, mate. Well done.
All right, moving on to our championship podiums, and also a P5 finished here tonight. It will be the Quantum Peckies Performance driver, the number 17 of Troy Sipple.
Hey, boys.
Hey, mate, and congratulations on a third place finish in the championship.
Yeah, thanks for that. Very happy with that. So I just got to hopefully work on my qualifying a bit and fix up a few little mistakes, and yeah, might have won a few races or win a few races next season. See how we go.
Mate, consistency has definitely been key over this season. Have you sort of felt that with how close the racing has been, and definitely big changes in the actual championship leaders over weeks?
Yeah, definitely. It's it's not all about having the fastest lap, I suppose. You gotta work. If you can't do that, well, then work on a bit of race pace and a little bit of pit strategy and fuel saving. Even a little bit sitting behind a car is not a bad thing. Sometimes you can save a bit of juice and get an overcut or an undercut. So, which has worked well for me pretty much this season. So, I thought the overcut might have worked today because I had a bit of bit more speed than Cowie in that for the last pit stop, but stayed out one more lap, and yeah, he got me by a few more seconds, so it took me a few more laps to get up. So, but no, really happy from a team point of view. Unhappy that Timmy didn't take out the championship, but yeah, Crosby drove well, pretty quick, and yeah, two second and third's not a bad effort. So
no, definitely not, mate. It's been a nail biter between the Quantum Peckies team and the M1 team this season, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Like at the start of the season, we were kind of had a little alliance, and we were practicing a lot together. And then once we started going, oh, hang on, this is getting interesting now. We might have to, just kind of start doing our own thing and see how we go. And I think it would have been probably a different story if Tim hadn't had to go away for work and miss one or two races. Probably made a little bit of a difference, but that's the way a cookie crumbles. So yeah, bring on next season, and yeah, let's do it again. Hopefully win some races.
Yeah, mate. We look forward to you getting out here with your team as well. Again, it's been great having the Quantums team come over, mate. Could you give us a summary of how you have felt about this season with SRW?
To be honest, I think you guys do a great job. I've actually really enjoyed it because I've done a lot of my racing in the vets, which everyone probably knows, same as all the Quantum boys. But Tim rang me up and said, mate, come over and try this. It's good, and mate, it is very clean racing. All the guys are really good to get on with. They race fair. We all make mistakes at times and do stupid things, but mate, they're all really good guys. The broadcast is good. I've got so many people from my work and family that actually sit up and watch it, and yeah, so no, it's going really well. So really happy. So as soon as it come up to sign up, mate, I was in straight away. So
awesome, mate. Well, great to hear. Again, I love hearing the feedback from our drivers because, of course, we run this league for you guys. That is the point of this, to give you guys a place to come and race and have fun doing it as well. That's one of our number one rules. Get out there and have fun. And, always give us the feedback if there's anything we can help change or improve on, mate. So congratulations, Troy Sipple, driver of the number 17 for Quantum Peckies Performance Racing. Third in our championship for the AM Series. Mate, it is your turn to shout out all the sponsors and people that keep you on track.
Beautiful. I'd like to thank Timmy And also Dan from the roofing in Perth. Also Pecky's performance. Like Pecky's probably the main little fella of the team. He's always there. He's always gets in and keeps the vibe going within the team. Tim does all the liveries and also does helps me out with a lot of the setups and our practice. All you guys, all the people that run it, the broadcast, everything, the sponsors, of course. Great job. Thanks for helping. Thanks for doing everything. And yeah, see you all next season.
No problems, mate. Get out of here. Go and celebrate with your team. As we're going to steal your team member first. We're going to drag him in and have a chat with him, mate. But definitely go and celebrate. Keep an eye out on Discord and our socials for a couple of mini events that we're going to be running over the 4-week break, including the possibility of a 4-round mini series for the V8 Supercars, mate. So keep an eye out for that one.
Yeah, nice. I'll be all over it.
Awesome, mate. Well, look forward to seeing you back out on track next season.
Thanks, guys. Thanks again. Great broadcast. See you soon, eh?
See you, mate.
Well done, Troy, mate.
All right, from one Quantum Peckish Performance Racing to another, we will move on to our championship second place here tonight. The driver of the 23 car, Tim Nicol.
How you going, guys? I am going to put on the cheeriest attitude I can, but I'm going to tell you, I'm friggin' salty as.
Don't be salty, mate. The racing through this season between you and the M1 boys has been phenomenal.
Yeah, no, it has been good. They are quite the rival team for us. So yeah, no, it's a hard pill to swallow, the championship being so close, and you have a sort of think back to, you know, where you could have made a difference, and the reality is it panned out the way that it was. Great for the the league and you guys for it to be so close. It would be a little boring if it was 100 points buffer. So yeah, as hard as it is to swallow, it does make for great racing. And I said that to the boys, as much as you want a buffer, going into this and it being so tight. But Darren had a much superior setup, and maybe I should have put more than a dozen laps practice in before this one.
Oh, mate, championship round, more than a dozen laps. I also got a bit of a word from your teammate, Troy Sipple, that you and the M1 guys used to do a lot of practice together at the start of the season and sort of share some information on how to help each other get quicker, mate. Maybe you don't do that next season.
Well, yeah, it's weird. I think we were actually slowing them down. I think when they went off on their own, they started getting quicker. So, yeah, we knew there was a change in the camaraderie when they stopped coming into our chat prior and during the race. So, there is a bit of an alliance there between the teams, but it's definitely a lot thinner than it used to be. That's for sure. So. I'll be leaving it up to the boys to fight it out next season. So, yes.
You're not joining us next season?
No. I've for me, it was having a bit of a break from the same drivers as in the vets. So, I'll go off and find something else to do for a little bit different and next season. Nothing against the league or anything like that. Personal choice. Sundays don't work well either. So. Yeah. No, it's I've done a couple of seasons, and it is the Tuesday AMS League. I've been at the pointy end for a couple of seasons now. There is, I do feel that there is that opportunity to give other people a go. I'm racing Mondays, every second Monday and Thursdays. It is a stretch on your personal time. So yeah, just back off for a season. You never know, you might see me in Season 5.
Well, that's what Prich did. Who's in the comms box with us now. Had enough of the 86s and had to step back for a little bit. So I'm sure.
I did.
Yeah.
I did one race, and then couldn't keep up. But Tim, mate, I hate to come back to it, but I feel like the race was lost a little bit at the start. Did you get a poor start? It looked like you had a little bit of wheel spin in that second phase, and that's where unfortunately you were on the back foot from there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, lit up more than I expected. That you get pole and you're on the dirty side of the track. That's just weird, but I'm guessing that the traction's probably the same. But I just got out from underneath me, and yeah, you're definitely on the back foot trying to follow that, and obviously with a few people on my tail, you don't want to stuff up, and you want to try and close the gap to Crosby, and yeah, I think I was probably 5 laps out from the end of that tank, and yeah, that she was a bit of a handful to drive. But yeah, the second stint wasn't too bad, but yeah, no, Darren definitely had a much tidier setup working for him. There was a nice battle there with Kennedy. I think there was one opportunity there where he could have actually sent it right up the inside and pushed me back to third. So, but yeah, I'm not sure what happened to him later in the race. But yeah, no, when you're on the back foot and you're not feeling comfortable with the setup, it makes it very, very hard. And that first stint, I think Crosby was out by 8-9 seconds, and then at the end there, 11 seconds.
Yeah, you kept him in check after that safety car right after you guys had pitted, and you just kept him in check for a couple of laps, and I was thinking, oh, it's not over yet. And then I thought maybe your pit stop might have worked in your favour with just trying to get the fastest lap, but it looked like the track was going away from you the whole time. So because if you got fastest lap, it would have been tied.
Oh, there you go. I didn't. Yeah, you guys bloody hanging the results out from us. I can't do my analysis, so I was like, I'll just have to pray. But I didn't get a chance to have a look today. So yeah, I wasn't sure. And bloody quickest lap, they're great and they're nice to have the bonus points, but I can tell you they're hard to cop when they work against you. But never mind. I think Darren would have got 0 X's to the line, so that would have given him another 3. So yeah, it was a big challenge. I thought I didn't know what the margin was, so I tried to keep the car as tidy as I could and didn't get an XO, but I was hoping that would work. And then when Tyson said, "Nah, Crosby, line it up," and everyone line behind, I was like,
damn.
Yeah.
But, look, mate, we've loved having you in the league the last couple of seasons. I love watching you race, and you had good battles with Joe last season, and a couple of rounds missed in that last season. It was unfortunate for you not to be able to challenge him in that last race, and then tonight you gave it your all throughout the last 9 rounds, and Darren just got one better of you. But mate, there's no you don't have to be upset or kicking yourself. You gave it your best shot, and we thank you for always giving your all, for giving ShiBBy and I something to commentate that's exciting, but also for giving everyone else a great experience, both as drivers and as viewers as well. I'll give you the chance to say thank you to all the sponsors that kept you running throughout this season and through the previous seasons, and keep Quantum Peckies going as they are heading into the off season.
No worries, guys. Thanks. First of all, congrats to Darren. Well done, mate. Yes, and also Sips. I think he might have got the podium, but obviously Quantum Peckies Racing, Sips from Quantum Tin Solutions, Pecky from Pecky's Performance Dyno Tuning, Dan from West Oz Roofs, Tim Nickel Photography, our teammates in general. Rattler, we miss you. Sorry I couldn't pull it through for you. But yeah, I think, and you guys as commentary, I hope the side-by-side racing that we tried to create kept everyone entertained. Obviously race control, Tyson, thanks buddy. Good luck for next season. I'll definitely be watching the boys and helping out with some setups, so we'll see what it brings.
All right, mate. Well done this season again, and I hope this isn't the last we see of you in SRW and in all the leagues and that sort of thing. But I wish you the best of luck with the rest of your leagues, vets, and or whatever else you do. And yeah, hopefully this isn't goodbye forever, and we'll see you back ready and raring to go, potentially season 124.
No worries. Too easy, guys. Take care. Thank you so much for everything.
No problems at all,
Thanks,
mate.
Tim. Well done,
Congratulations again. Well, from our P2 here in the championship, that was Tim Nicol for Quantum Pecky's Performance Racing. Car number 23. We will move right on to our champion here for your V8 Simrigs.com Ham Series, Darren Crosby from M1 Racing.
Thank you, guys. I didn't expect that. I actually didn't think I had enough points, even though I won that race. So a little bit surprised. I actually didn't realise I had the fastest lap and no off tracks. So yeah, big surprise.
Yeah, you had the fastest lap from, I think it was like lap 3, a 44.14 or something like that. That was enough to hold out to take that championship. It would have been, I think, based on my maths, it would have been 1 point to the better for you with that fastest lap, or 4 points to the better for you with that fastest lap. But that went out to 7 points, I think, with your 0x as well. So credit to you, mate. Well done on an incredible season, coming in as a new starter in the league and really showing everyone what you and the M1 Racing team are made of. I think I said it to Tim, and it's unfortunate that it was how it was decided. But you seem to get a much better start from that slightly cleaner side of the track. Is that what you think put you in a prime position, and you're able to just drive with the clean air moving forward?
Yeah, look, I race better out in front, so that's where I wanted to get. But I don't know whether or not Timmy got a bad start or what it was, or I had a feeling that he might tuck in behind me and fuel save a little bit, because there's a bit of a fuel strategy in this race. But yeah, I don't know, I just took off and felt good, and yeah, got out in front, and it was hard to shake him for about 10 or 11 laps, and I just wanted to get a little bit of a buffer on him, because Timmy can come back strong. But I had enough at the end there. But look, to be honest, at the end of the race there, I didn't think I'd won the championship, and I just wanted to have a really good race, and I just pushed hard right to the end. So lucky I didn't get any off tracks.
You did everything you needed to do to take the championship out, whether or not it was by 1 point or by 7 or by 100 points. Like, to be able to crown off your season with a win, and then surprise yourself with the championship, I suppose is definitely a welcome surprise. Give us your in 10 words or less, your season summary, like how you feel the season went as a whole.
I think it started off a tiny little bit slow. Then I started putting a little bit more hard work in, and just reached out to a couple of guys to give me a little bit of a help with my racecraft, and a lot of those guys were my teammates, and working on setups, and getting used to racing on tracks with fluctuating weather, which I mainly only race in the vets, and the weather doesn't fluctuate. So yeah, I think it's been exciting. I've put a lot of work into it, so yeah, I've enjoyed it. It's probably more than 10 words, but yeah, it's finished very well for me. Last week was a bit of a tragedy with my fuel calculation, but it made it all exciting this week and put a bit of pressure on me. So I've worked pretty hard this week to get the setups right, and also to practice the track. Yeah, good.
Mate, I missed last week, so I had no idea you had a fuel calculation error. And when Timmy said it in the post top 10 shootout interview, I was like, oh, what happened? So I went back and watched in the little intermission we had before the session went up. And I suppose that's one thing you're going to be focusing on for next season as well, is to make sure that all your ducks are in a row heading forward.
Yeah, well, I had 3 or 4 different calculations at the start of this race, and Steve and I sat down and we got it down to even 1 minute equals 2 litres. And then I've got a ton of numbers in front of me just in case a yellow did come out. So I actually overfilled for the end and had a couple of extra laps. So yeah, but that's also why I was trying to push out the front a fair bit. But look, I felt comfortable on the track. Everything felt right, so it was good race.
Yeah, mate. I definitely think you had the best start, and that really put you in the prime position. And if, as you said, leading from the front is usually the best way to go about it. I certainly find myself that I do my best performance when I'm not chasing someone down or right under someone's rear wing. So I can definitely understand what you mean.
Well, yeah, you can race the way you want to race.
Exactly. Drive how you want to drive, and you know, I mean, I'm not that good of a racer, I'll say that much, but I certainly know that having clear mirrors and a clear windscreen helps a lot in running your own race and just setting your own rhythm. You spoke about how you put all the effort in after the first couple of rounds. We learnt from Troy, from Sips, that you and the Quantum boys had a bit of something going on in an alliance sort of way to start the season, and then something happened. I don't know. M1 Racing became a threat, and you all started to go your separate ways. Did it feel a bit like that to you? It was like,
it did. It felt like we're both being a little bit quiet to each other. Look, normally we'll just jump in their room and we just hang out. Sometimes we're not even racing and we just hang out in there. We get on really well with the Pecky and Quantum boys, and there's a few other teams that jump in, Angry Birds and everything like that. And you know, we like to have a bit of a laugh and hang out and do a bit of racing. Some of the, you know, no leagues, but we just do a little bit. We do setups and race around together, and it's really good fun. And we help each other out, and we're there for each other as well. It's good. It's good men's health jumping into a room with all these racy boys.
Absolutely, is having a community of guys. Even if you know, I found that when I jumped into my team that, you know, I had not really a whole lot going on in the racing front, and just a couple of mates, and then being able to get yourself around a team. And once you start getting yourself around a team and a couple of other teams, it certainly helps find your motivation.
But it has been very difficult lately, because I can feel that, you know, we're heading towards these last two races. Look, the competition comes out. No one wants to lose and everyone wants to win. So, it was a bit quiet, but we'll be jumping in with those boys again. Tim's probably a bit salty at the moment, but I'll give him a cuddle and kiss. We've been there before together.
Yeah, he said you had both had a bit of a relationship outside of behind screens. Yeah, from some visits every now and then. So
it's love-hate relationship. Yep.
I do hope to see you both at some stage sharing a beer together and posting in the Discord and everything like that.
Definitely. I like the man. I like the way he races, and he's a clean racer. He's fast, and you can learn a bit off him as well. So he's fun to be with, and he's always put his hand out to help people too. So it's a good style of bloke, and the rest of the blokes in Peckies and Quantum.
Yeah, mate. Look, you boys in the M1 Racing team have really showed some real power this season, and I do hope to see you all back in season 4, ready and raring to go. Are we likely to see any of you boys make the jump into the pro-ams as well?
Yeah,
Sunday nights.
We've been talking about it. Look, Sunday nights are a little bit tough with families and things like that, but we might go in there, but we might not be able to race all of the races. But if we start winning them, we'll have to go in every week. But yeah, gonna try to, because I've been watching the stream every week and I quite enjoy it. And there's a few guys in there that I know that race in there, and I'd like to race against them. So yeah, it's on the cards.
Yeah, I'll be very keen to see some of those M1 boys show up and really show, especially those fishy boys, what's up with what we've got going on in the AMs out here. Mate, well done again on an amazing championship and taking it out in the final race. I'll give you a couple of minutes to thank all the sponsors of those of M1 Racing that keep you guys going, keep you guys on track, and the people that you drive for.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank my teammates. They're there for me every week, as I said before, and they really helped me with the practice, and they've especially stood behind me in the last 2 weeks to try and elevate me up there to win the championship. Also, I'd like to thank Pecky's Performance and Quantum Tint. Love racing you guys, and yeah, can't wait with yous again. SRW for putting on this fantastic league. It's been fantastic. The guys in the league are great. The guys who run the league are even fantastic as well. Race control's been good, right on point. You guys in the stream put on a great stream. Even love watching your Sunday stream. I'll enjoy drinking a few beers tonight, watching me win this last race and the championship. Sim Ribs for the sponsorship, and a couple of boys from the vets that have helped me in the last 3 or 4 weeks with my racecraft and my setups. Yeah, thanks for taking the time as well. And yeah, that's that. You hear?
Yeah. Well done, mate. Go and raise a beer. ShiBBy will be in touch at some stage to also make contact for your trophy, which is the Piston Cup. If you want to call it that, I know that ShiBBy has been. Thanks to Grim Industries for making those for our champions once again this season. And yeah, mate, well done again on a fantastic championship victory. And we look forward to seeing you next season. There is also a little mini series going to go on in the off season with Supercars being one of the cars of choice. So if you want to jump in with that, definitely do. Some details will go in Discord in the not too distant future. But yeah, it'd be great to see you there, and great to see you ready and raring to go for round 1 at Zandvoort Season 4.
Nah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. And yeah, anything to do with this league, I'd love to be in there racing.
All right, well done again, mate.
Thank you, mate.
That was our Season 3 champion here for the simrigs.com V8 Supercars AM Series. The driver of the 66 that will be the driver of the number 1 next season, Darren Crosby from M1 Racing. What a way to wrap up the final of this season with such a close battle down to find out who took out the championship. I would like to take this moment to thank our sponsors one last time. Of course, we couldn't do it without all the help and support from simrigs.com. If you want to get yourself some new gear, go and check them out. Use code SRW5 at checkout for an extra discount on your purchases. Of course, Warren and Brown Tools, the absolute legends they are, have been behind us for over 2 seasons now, so huge shout out to them. The safety car is all sponsored by the promo department. Our fastest lap qualifying and top 10 shootout is all thanks to Racecraft Simulations. Our awesome piston cups that we are able to supply to our championship winners of all series is done thanks to Grim Industries, home of the V8 coffee table. We also couldn't do it without temptingsweets.com.au. Use code SRW10 at checkout to get a sweet deal off those sweet treats. Rare Spares, and of course Shannon's Insurance, 2 new sponsors on board for Season 3. Hoping to see them back for Season 4, but they are absolute legends for everything they have done for us this season. Of course, we couldn't do without our drivers, so a massive round of applause for all our drivers out on track this season, and we can't wait to do this again on Wednesday, Thursday and Sunday night for the rest of our championships. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and that notification bell so you don't miss out on any of these championship races this week. I have been Nathan ShiBBy Howard. The man next to me has been Ryan Breach. I went to say Riley. I went to say Riley first. You be quiet. I went to say Riley first and stuffed it. Thomas Breach, Riley. And we will most likely be back again here for your viewing pleasure next season for season 4. And before Prix gives me too much more shit about that, we are going to end this broadcast by saying stay safe and race hard.